Liz Cheney calls new House Speaker dangerous. A song by Paul Beckman, probably Rainbow Song. Also the new and first leader of humankind in the free world. Created October 2nd, 2023. Actually, it could be October 1st, October 2nd. Liz Cheney calls new Speaker of the House dangerous. New Speaker of the House dangerous. Liz Cheney calls new House Speaker dangerous. New House Speaker dangerous. Liz Cheney calls him dangerous. Liz Cheney, Liz Cheney, Liz Cheney, Liz Cheney calls new House Speaker dangerous. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Tourists. Tourists that turn into scientists. Tourists taking photos that are analyzed by AI. So researchers can help life underwater flourish.
With Circle, your water is deliciously flavored at the turn of a dial, with zero sugar and 0 calories. And Circle has over 40 flavors, so your water can be as unique as you are. Try Circle, your water, your way, now with even more flavors. Available at Walmart or drinkcircle.com.
With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and unlimited hotspot data. So no matter what, I'm running this kitchen.
Make the switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Imagine the moment when your world comes back into focus. Healthy vision means kids can go to school, parents can provide for their families, and seniors can stay independent. For 60 years, Operation Eyesight has partnered with communities to prevent blindness and restore sight. We believe everyone deserves eye health care regardless of age, gender, or ability to pay. Visit OperationEyesight.com to donate today for all the world to see.
From the moment you touch down in Victoria, you'll know you're in a world apart. This is a place like no other. Let your curiosity lead you through unforgettable moments, where you're connected to nature, each other, and a local culture full of creativity and history that welcomes everyone. Your story unfolds in Victoria.
I'm Rafael Romo in Ashkelon, Israel. This is CNN.
This hour, the full scope of the deaths and destruction at a Gaza refugee camp remain unclear after Israel confirmed it was behind a blast that rocked the camp for a second time in 2 days. We're also following the evacuations out of Gaza into Egypt, the first civilians allowed to escape the fighting, including some Americans. Lots going on. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is following all the breaking news. He's joining us from his post in Beirut, Lebanon right now. So Ben, what's the latest? Update our viewers.
Yeah, as far as the Jabalia refugee camp goes, today Israel struck for a second time after Tuesday that refugee camp. The Israelis said that they struck a Hamas command and control center, but the director of the Indonesian hospital nearby reported to CNN that as a result of that Israeli strike on the camp, at least 80 people were killed. He said most of the casualties in that strike were women and children, and the UN Human Rights Office is saying that the strikes on Jabalia, the most crowded of the 8 refugee camps in Gaza, could amount to a war crime. Now, as far as the Israeli ground operation goes, the Israeli military is saying that they've breached the Hamas defenses in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. So far, 16 Israeli soldiers have been killed since the ground incursion began on Friday, but they do seem to be running into stiff resistance. They're basically gaining ground in the open area on the northern edge of the Gaza Strip. And what we're seeing is that Hamas is putting up stiff resistance. Hamas published today video of one of their drones dropping a bomb on a gathering of Israeli soldiers. In another video, you see them popping out of tunnels and ambushing a column of Israeli army. Now, we heard today again from the Iranian foreign minister, who warned of possible action by the so-called Axis of Resistance, which Iran leads and includes Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Houthis, and various militias in Syria and Iraq. He said that if the war in Gaza continues, the resistance will make a decision on another surprise action. Not clear what that is. We may get an indication, however, on Friday when the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, makes a much anticipated speech. Wolf?
Ben Wiedemann in Beirut, Lebanon for us. Ben, thank you very much. Joining us now, Democratic Congressman Jason Crow of Colorado. He's a key member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us. As you know, the IDF says this second blast at the Jabalia refugee camp today was from an Israeli airstrike. Scores of innocent civilians, we are told, have been killed. The IDF says Hamas terrorists were hiding among them. What's your response to all of this?
Wolf, we know that Hamas must be destroyed. It absolutely cannot be allowed to continue. The manner in which Hamas is destroyed is extremely important. If there's anything that I learned in 20 years of the global war on terror, fighting 3 times in Iraq and Afghanistan, is that you cannot destroy a terrorist organization with military means alone. So the conduct of those operations becomes just as important as the goal itself. So a military objective, in this case destroying a Hamas commander or command post, doesn't necessarily mean that you can strike that objective. The presence of civilians, the presence of refugees, of innocents, fundamentally will change in any given instance how you engage, and even if you can engage a target. When I was in Iraq and Afghanistan, we've made that decision all the time. You can have a valid military objective that you do not strike at that time and in a certain way because of the presence of civilians, and that's really fundamental here.
So are you concerned, Congressman, that Israel isn't doing enough to avoid civilian casualties?
I've been calling for a humanitarian pause here because I think we need time to assess the right way to destroy Hamas. That I think we should establish humanitarian corridors. I think we should allow for the flow of refugees from North Gaza into South Gaza. And there should be a more sustained counter-terrorist operation that will destroy Hamas. but make a priority the protection of innocent civilians and over 2 million Palestinians who are also victims of Hamas in this situation. So I think we need more time to figure out how we do this the right way that actually can accomplish the goals of destroying Hamas without making the situation worse.
As you know, Congressman, for the first time, foreign nationals are finally making their way out of Gaza, including at least 2 Americans today. Do you think the Biden administration is acting quickly enough on this front?
I do. I think the Biden administration is working on every front, the intelligence front, the diplomatic front, engaging with our partners, engaging with our allies, and doing everything possible to bring American nationals, American citizens to safety, which they have done since day one of this administration. This administration has actually done a remarkable job of bringing hostages back from Iran, of making a priority of repatriating American citizens, and this is certainly no exception here.
The new House Speaker, Mike Johnson's Israel funding bill, as you know, gives $14.3 billion to Israel, but rescinds that same amount of money from the IRS, Internal Revenue Service. You've indicated you will not support this, but what will you do if the Republicans don't budge?
I'm not going to support this bill. It's a horrible bill. It's horrible for Israel because it actually doesn't have any humanitarian aid funding. So like I've long said, there's no sole military solution to this. We have to couple humanitarian aid and protection of civilians with the military response, and if we don't do that, neither one of those will be a success. So there has to be humanitarian funding, but they have politicized this effort to support Israel in a way that is unacceptable. It sets a precedent that these national security supplementals will be subject to politics in a way that we never have subjected them to politics before, and I'm just not going to stand for it. I'm going to stand up and say there's a bipartisan way of doing this in a way that we have always done in the past, and we're not going to allow this to be politicized.
Congressman Jason Crow, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And just ahead, why inflammatory language from Donald Trump has proven to be a double-edged sword for the former president, both in the courtroom and out there on the campaign trail. Stay with us. You're in the Situation Room.
The Situation Room with Walt Blitzer, brought to you by the Chase Inc. Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
The Chase Inc. Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
everyday products designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
Like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas.
A brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
If you have chronic kidney disease, you can reduce the risk of kidney failure with Farxiga, because there are places you'd rather be. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
Tim, he's so tall, very tall, cooks a lot. Etsy. Can I afford custom? Yes.
Custom gifts for all budgets. Etsy has it.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis takes you off course, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When I wanted to see results fast, Rinvoq delivered rapid symptom relief and helped leave bathroom urgency behind. Check.
When UC tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when UC caused damage, Rinvoq came through by visibly repairing my colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief. Lasting steroid-free remission.
And a chance to visibly repair the colon lining. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
At SimpliSafe, our advanced security sensors and cameras protect your whole home, all powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and Fast Protect technology for faster police response. Now get 50% off a new SimpliSafe system. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories, the night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time, weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Hey there, stop changing channels. I'm out here in the woods, and you gotta see this. It's the new Patriot Power Generator 2000X, a solar generator worth its weight in gold when your power goes out, with double the capacity and expandable, so you can run your fridge even longer. It's fume-free, safe to use inside, and never needs gas, ever. Plus, you'll get this solar panel free. Go to 4patriots.com and do it now. Get your solar generator with free shipping and free panel at 4patriots.com.
If you have ugly yellow toe fungus, let me tell you about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. It's called Crystal Flush. It works from the inside and the outside. I mean, he tried everything. Nothing helped. His toes were nasty. Crystal Flush is the only thing that's worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. And you can try it risk-free. You have nothing to lose. Go check it out now. Go to crystalflush.com.
I'm Arlette Steins at the White House, and this is CNN.
We're following the multiple court cases of America's most prominent defendant, Donald J. Trump, including his son's testimony in the civil fraud trial against their family business. Trump's legal proceedings are giving the nation a window into his mindset as he campaigns to return to the White House. CNN's Jeff Zeleny has more on this important story for us. Jeff, in court and out there on the campaign trail, Trump is clearly on the attack.
Well, there's no question. This has become a campaign of vengeance, much more sharper and violent language and rhetoric than we saw during his first presidential campaigns. And maybe costing him in the courtroom, but on the campaign trail, it's anything but.
The inflammatory rhetoric that's gotten Donald Trump into hot water in the courtroom.
This judge is a very partisan judge.
Is the fuel of his political campaign.
You have to get out and you have to fight like hell because these are dirty players.
More than ever before, the former president is waging a campaign of vengeance, attacking judges, going after prosecutors, and raising the specter of violence.
We will immediately stop all of the pillaging and theft. Very simply, if you rob a store, you can fully expect to be shot as you are leaving that store. Shot!
In his third presidential bid, retribution has become a far louder rallying cry. He suggested Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, should be executed for treason. He's joked about the brutal attack on former Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband. He's implored supporters to drive away his enemies.
2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers. Get them all out of our government.
While Trump's legal challenges are inexplicably linked with his presidential campaign, the disconnect is jarring. Even major court developments, like a tearful guilty plea from his former lawyer.
If I knew then what I know now, I would have declined to represent Donald Trump in these post-election challenges. I look back on this whole experience with deep remorse.
Haven't changed the view of many loyal Trump supporters.
There's a lot more than you think that are in favor of Trump and felt that the last election was stolen, and we just want what's ours.
Lori Scroggins saw the former president this week in Iowa. She's unbothered by criticism and dismissive of his Republican rivals, whom she believes should step aside.
They're just nothing but a distraction and an annoyance, like a mosquito or a fly. You just want to, poof them away, and let's get down to the meat, the real politics. Let's get down to what Trump has to say.
And Trump has a lot to say, stoking anger and rallying supporters to his defense.
I promise you this. If you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over, and America will be a free nation once again.
So some of these violent comments and the rhetoric certainly comes into a sharper view, Wolf, when some of the very merits of these court cases are about January 6th and the rhetoric that led to that violence. Some of his supporters have acknowledged being led to the Capitol that day because of his orders. Now, of course, most of Trump supporters are not violent, but certainly some of these messages could cause concern. But of course, his family is front and center in a different courtroom, this one in New York for the civil case. He's expected next week. Wolf?
Jeff Zeleny reporting. Excellent report. Thank you very much, Jeff, for that. Coming up, a 21-year-old Cornell University student who was arrested for allegedly making anti-Semitic threats against the school's Jewish community makes his first court appearance. We'll have details. That's next.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there. We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border. It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett out front, next on CNN.
Twins, 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 they look the same. They're not the same. Different gifts. Etsy. Painting set. Johnson.
Great gifts made by real people. Etsy has it.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Lone Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Al, did you make that call?
Honey, we already have Medicare. Why do I need to call?
Alan, the Feldman said we may be able to get additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan right here in our zip code.
Honey, what do you mean additional benefits? We turned 65, we got Medicare. That's all there is to it, right?
I'm talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. We have traditional Medicare, which is only Medicare Parts A and B, but not Part C.
Wait. So not everyone on Medicare is a Part C plan?
No. That's why we need to call, because there may be plans available with additional benefits.
What kind of extra benefits?
If you're on Original Medicare, call 800-679-8057 now during the Medicare Annual Enrollment Period to speak with a licensed insurance agent. Give them your zip code and see if there's a Part C plan with additional benefits available to you in your area that may better fit your needs. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available. Medicare plans and benefits can change each and every year, and that's why it's important to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the coming year. If you're on Medicare, you can call now during the Medicare Annual Enrollment Period, even if you called last year. If you feel like your original Medicare plan isn't giving you everything you need, call to find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. You don't get a plan with additional benefits automatically, so call to speak with a licensed insurance agent right now during the Medicare Annual Enrollment Period. Remember, you don't get Medicare Part C plan benefits automatically. Call now for your free 2024 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call 800-679-8057. 800-679-8057.
With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and unlimited hotspot data. So no matter what, I'm running this kitchen.
Make the switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Every year, Make a Change Canada adds more faces to our career success stories. We've helped thousands of people with barriers find a meaningful direction with our career assistance and IT skills training. When you give to Make a Change Canada, you're helping Canadians from all over realize their full potential. To learn more and to donate, visit makeachangecanada.com and help create thousands more Canadian career success stories. Make a Change Canada is an accredited Canadian charitable organization.
If you struggle with flat, thin hair, this supplement is absolutely amazing for adding hair volume.
Uniquely formulated with biotin, growth-promoting apple extract, and other important nutrients that help nourish your hair from within.
This is the #1 hair supplement in Scandinavia, and let me tell you, they know what they're doing with beauty. By far the best supplement I've tried.
Find us at Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Amazon, or NewNordicUSA.com.
I'm Jim Shudo in northern Israel, and this is CNN.
A man has been arrested in connection with a series of online anti-Semitic threats against Cornell University's Jewish community. The suspect, who's a student at the Ivy League school, made his first appearance in federal court today, where he did not enter a plea. Meanwhile, the number of threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab American communities in the United States has been on the rise since the Hamas attacks against Israel. CNN's Brian Todd is monitoring these developments for us. Brian, what's the latest?
Well, tonight, officials from the U.S. Attorney General to the Governor of Virginia and leaders across America are collectively sounding an alarm. Anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents inside the U.S., specifically pegged to the Israel-Hamas war, are simply getting out of control. After several days of fear gripping the Cornell University campus in upstate New York, an arrest. A 21-year-old junior at Cornell, Patrick Day, charged in connection with threatening to kill Jewish students. Prosecutors say in online posts, Day threatened to bring an assault rifle to campus, to shoot up a mainly kosher dining hall, to stab Jewish students, to throw them off cliffs.
I can't imagine what would go through the mind of someone like that. Just, first of all, you're making threats on this random website. Like, why would you do that?
I mean, I've seen general anti-Semitic sentiment, things like that, but to have not only a direct threat, but a direct threat to a building that I personally go to and eat at and see friends at, like, that was really scary, and it was bad.
Patrick Day has not entered a plea. His parents told the New York Post they believe their son is innocent. They say he struggles with depression and never had a history of violence. But in this climate, New York's governor is in no mood for lenience.
I want to make an example and say, as I said on Monday when I told those students, if you do this, you will be caught and be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Since the Israel-Hamas war began on October 7th, tensions have boiled across the U.S. On college campuses, at private homes, businesses, a dramatic spike, officials say, in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents, including assaults, acts of harassment, and vandalism. And one group says, in cases of harassment against Muslims in America,
many cases do go unreported for fear of retaliation or backlash. The actual number is likely much higher.
Why have incidents spiked on college campuses since the start of the Israel-Hamas war?
College campuses is where students are using their voices for the first time. They're politically active, often they're ready to vote, and so this comes with the territory of university campuses. What we can say about this particular incident is folks are feeling touched on both sides due to their identities.
But it's seemingly everywhere. A swastika was spray painted on a high school football field in Virginia. In Minnesota and New York State, displays of pictures of Israelis taken hostage have been damaged or torn down. A top Muslim advocacy group in New Jersey says the atmosphere for Muslims there is reminiscent of the post-9/11 era.
Muslims have been fired from their jobs posted by Palestine. Hijabs have been pulled off in broad daylight here in New Jersey. Students have been called terrorists by public school teachers and parents.
And we have this just in. The Biden administration has just announced it will develop what it calls a national strategy to counter Islamophobia in the U.S. A White House statement saying in part that, quote, for too long, Muslims in America and those perceived to be Muslim have endured a disproportionate number of hate-fueled attacks. Wolf?
Brian Todd reporting for us. Brian, thanks very much, and we'll have more news right after this.
We're building a better postal service for more on-time deliveries and easier, affordable ways to ship, so you can deliver even more holiday joy. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
When you have auto glass damage, trust SafeLight. My customer really relies on his car's advanced safety system.
You're right. And slow down.
So when he got a cracked windshield, he turned to SafeLight. We're the experts at replacing glass and recalibrating your vehicle's camera so automatic emergency braking and lane departure warning work properly to get you back on the road safely.
And that means a lot.
Schedule now.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
I have a surprise. The New York Times, Vanity Fair, and Rolling Stone are all talking about The Holdovers.
Okay, let's hear it.
The raucously funny smash hit of the Toronto and Telluride Film Festivals reunites Alexander Payne and Paul Giamatti for the first time since Sideways. The New York Times raves The Holdovers is one of the finest of Payne's career. 4 stars. It's pure movie magic. The Holdovers, rated R. Now playing in select theaters. In theaters everywhere November 10th.
New only from SimpliSafe, 24/7 lifeguard protection allows SimpliSafe agents to help stop crime in real time. Stop. Police are on their way. For instant intruder deterrence and faster police response. Now get 50% off a new SimpliSafe system. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
I saw what you've been posting. Hitler was right. I didn't teach you that. You hide behind your screen and you're spewing all this hatred. You got something you want to say? Get out of the truck and say it to their faces.
Daddy says no gifts, but drops the logs. He needs some help. Etsy. Log bag.
Gifts delivered on time or your money back. Etsy has it.
With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and unlimited hotspot data. So no matter what, I'm running this kitchen.
Make the switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Ride it out with the trade-offs of treating, or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose works fast to eliminate migraine pain. Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late.
Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness.
Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Life after student debt is within reach. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
Dad, would you rather time travel to the past or the future?
I'll go back 20 minutes so I can eat this ham, turkey, and beef roast all over again.
But you could just go back to the holiday buffet right now.
No time travel?
I'd get a pet pterodactyl.
What?
His name is Moon.
I'm tripping right now.
Breaking news, the legendary basketball coach Bob Knight has died. He was 83 years old. Joining us on the phone right now is USA Today columnist Christine Brennan. Bob Knight was very, very successful, Christine, but also a little bit controversial. Tell us about that.
That's right, Wolf. He did win 3 national titles at Indiana, and that's really the program and the school that he is known for. An iconic career at Indiana, coaching the men's basketball team. They're the last team, by the way, the men's team to go undefeated, 32-0, last D1 Division I men's team, but that was back in 75 and 76. But also the temper, the flares of emotion were legendary. And a lot of his fans loved that. When he threw the chair across the floor against Purdue back in 1985, they cheered him on for his iconic temper and the way he handled things, a cult figure in every way in Indiana and the Big Ten Wolf. But then things got serious. There was a video of him choking a player, and then he allegedly grabbed a student on campus in the fall of 2000. He was fired. And so that same temper, that same violence, that propensity for alleged violence, the things that made him so appealing to so many, obviously ended up ending his career at Indiana. But then he went on to Texas Tech and he coached the men's team, won 138 games there, retiring for good in 2008. Wolf.
Truly a legendary basketball coach, and coached the U.S. Olympic team, the basketball team, won the gold medal that time, as I remember, and I'm sure you do as well.
That's right, 1984, Los Angeles, and yes, just a great coach, a great tactician, the young men who played for him still stand by him, and most of them do, and swear by the way that he coached them, the love they had for him, the camaraderie. Wolf, you follow sports as well as anyone, and that tough coaching technique that was especially in its heyday at this time that Bobby Knight was also at the peak of his career. What coaches could get away with then that is not allowed now. Our scrutiny, of course, our concerns about the mental health of athletes, the abuse of athletes. But Bobby Knight was all that. He was able to be that old school coach and also drive those beautiful life lessons to those young men. There was good. There was a lot of good there, even as he obviously was embroiled in controversy time and again. And, of course, Mike Krzyzewski, the great coaches and the names that he crossed paths with at Army, of course, Indiana, the great men that he coached there, even at Texas Tech. So a legendary career, even as we said, he was a very controversial figure.
Our deepest condolences to his family. Christine Brennan, thank you very much for joining us. And to our viewers, thanks very much for watching. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Tel Aviv, Israel. You're in the Situation Room. Aaron Burnett out front starts right now.
Out front next, Israeli troops inside Gaza City tonight. The defense minister saying Hamas fighters are coming out of underground tunnels. And this is the first Americans have been allowed to leave Gaza, which includes the American pediatrician Barbara Zind. Her husband, who's eagerly awaiting her return, will be out front. And Donald Trump Jr. testifying in the case that could spell the end of the Trump war. We'll tell you what he said under oath today and what happened inside that courtroom with the sketch artist. Plus, our own K-File digging into the new House Speaker's past, his work with a group that promoted conversion therapy, and a long record of anti-gay comments. Let's go out front. And good evening, I'm Aaron Burnett. Out front tonight, we begin with the breaking news inside Gaza City. The Israeli defense minister tonight saying that there is intense fighting inside Gaza City, one of the most densely populated cities in the world. Gaza City, of course, is the biggest city in the Gaza Strip. The defense minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, says soldiers in Gaza City have described Hamas fighters as coming out of underground tunnels, from underground buildings, from underground buildings, hospitals, and schools. So they're saying that they're basically coming out of those tunnels and engaging in street fighting. Of course, a battle in Gaza City, bloody and deadly. Israel also already announcing today that it is burying the dead from one of the deadliest days in the history of its ground operations in Gaza on the Israeli side. A total of 15 soldiers were killed there on Tuesday, according to the Israeli Defense Forces. But this all comes in the context of the loss of life in Gaza itself, and worldwide outrage is hitting a boiling point after Israel admitted its airstrikes caused a second explosion in just 24 hours in the Jabalia refugee camp. These are before and after pictures. You can see the densely populated area decimated. The director of the New York High Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights resigning over the UN's response to the situation in Gaza, which he described as a, quote, textbook case of genocide. But we have a special report on the strikes on that refugee camp. And IDF spokesman Jonathan Conricus is also here to respond. But amidst the losses and the incredible suffering, a glimmer of hope for some today, some innocent civilians finally being allowed to leave the 25-mile-long Gaza Strip. An Egyptian official telling CNN that 361 foreign nationals have now left Gaza, entering Egypt through that Rafah border crossing. That includes the American pediatrician Barbara Zind, who we've been following on this program. Here are images of Dr. Zind making her way out of Gaza, where she had been sleeping in a car with other people, witnessed violence and fights over scarce food, and witnessed a toilet shared by 800 people. We've been speaking to her over these past weeks, and her husband, we're told she is now in Cairo. In a moment, I'm going to be speaking with her husband, who will be with us. But despite this welcome news for 361 people, the context here is that more than 2 million are still stuck in Gaza, and 240 of them are hostages still being held captive by Hamas from the October 7th terror attack. Earlier, I spoke to Rotem Cooper. His parents, his mother and father, both kidnapped back on October 7th. After 17 days in captivity, his 79-year-old mother, Narit Cooper, is free. He told me more about what she experienced while being held captive.
The hard thing about it is being deep in the ground with you don't know pretty much night from day. Power outages can be quite humid.
To imagine that, not knowing night from day, and that those 240 people are still suffering from that tonight. So many developments this hour. Nick Robertson is out front live along the Israel-Gaza border. Nada Bashir is in Jerusalem. I want to begin with you, Nick, because I know you've been hearing a lot of explosions, seeing flashes where you are. So what is the latest that you are hearing and learning about the fighting inside Gaza?
Yeah, we're hearing some distant tank fire as well as those occasional explosions. We're about 6.5 miles from the center of Gaza City. The commander of the ground forces in there, the Steel Division, says that the troops are at the gates of Gaza City. The defense minister described the combat there as fierce urban combat and has been talking about the anti-tank weapons that the Hamas fighters are using. These anti-tank weapons are designed to pierce the armor, the protective armor that's on the tanks and these up-armored infantry fighting vehicles that the troops are in. And I think witness to that point, the IDF announcing 15 deaths over the past 24 hours for troops in Gaza. There are others who have been injured in that, receiving blast injuries as well. But I think perhaps the strongest language that gives us a sense of the fight that's coming, of the motivation that's required for the troops in there, from the commander of the IDF forces, General Halevi, telling the troops that they are in the middle of a battle, that this will be a long war, that they will fight to the end, that they're doing this for the country, for the good of the nation, but also saying very clearly that you are now in enemy territory. You're backed up by strong, accurate weapons, but you're in enemy territory. And I think that sets the scene of where the forces are at the moment. It's very clear as they get deeper inside those urban environments that Hamas is familiar with those environments, and they have armor-piercing weapons and plans of how to use them against the IDF. So this is a very tough moment for where the fight goes from here, Erin.
All right, Nick, thank you very much. As you said, just 6 miles from where that fighting is going on, and we know those Israeli troops are in there now. They're there, not coming in and coming out. They're there overnight. And in Gaza tonight, a second IDF strike on the Jabalia camp. The IDF saying it was a targeted strike on Hamas. Of course, though, many innocent civilians also appear to have been killed. Nada Bashir is out front in Jerusalem, and I want to warn you that some of the images in her report are graphic.
Chaos and horror at Gaza's Jabalia refugee camp. Wounded children rushed to nearby ambulances. The latest casualties of Israel's relentless aerial bombardment. This densely populated neighborhood gripped by panic and sheer disbelief. A second Israeli airstrike in less than 24 hours. I lost my whole family, Abdul Karim says, holding a list of those killed just today. My sister's house was struck with her children inside. My brother's house too, with all of his children. There is no one left except for me and my younger brother. They were innocent. What did they do to deserve this? Israel's Defense Force says it was targeting a Hamas command and control complex in Jabalia. Hamas fighters said to be among those killed. But Jabalia is home to more than 100,000 civilians, according to the UN. And while the full extent of the civilian death toll remains unclear at this stage, Gaza's Civil Defense Authority has described this latest disaster as a massacre, with more casualties and more fatalities added to the list of hundreds said to have been killed or wounded in Tuesday's airstrike. This situation is beyond belief. Many have been killed, bodies have been left burned and charred by the airstrike, this doctor says. There isn't a hospital in the world that could cope with this kind of situation. We're having to treat patients on the floor and in corridors. The scale of the destruction at Jabalia is difficult to grasp. Many residents are still buried beneath the blackened rubble. Rescue workers and civilians dig side by side, desperate to find survivors. This house had 15 people in it, but we still haven't been able to find any of them, Hassan Ahmed says. We have no equipment. We are digging alone.
And look, Erin, we've seen these airstrikes continuing to bombard parts of northern Gaza. This is an area where the IDF has warned civilians and residents to evacuate southwards, warning that those airstrikes will intensify. But as we have seen over the course of the last 3 weeks, more than 3 weeks now, those airstrikes are continuing across the Gaza Strip, not just in the north, but in central and southern Gaza too, in so-called safe zones, including areas where many are sheltering, including UN schools. And for many inside Gaza right now, the fear for them is that there is simply nowhere safe to turn. Erin?
All right, Netta, thank you very much. Netta Bashir, as we said, in Jerusalem, reporting tonight. I want to go out front now to the Israeli Defense Forces spokesman, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. Colonel, I appreciate your time again, obviously in these early hours of the morning for you. You heard that man there, asking the question about his family who are dead. What did they do to deserve this? What is your reaction, Colonel, to these accusations that you hear that the strikes on the Jabalia refugee camp are hitting civilians and amount to a massacre by the IDF?
Hi, Erin. It's sad images, really, at the human level. When I watch it and I detach myself from the reality that we are facing, I see sad events and I see people suffering, and that is not something that we intend to. What I could say to that man, without even a drop of cynicism, is you should have evacuated, you and your family. You shouldn't have been there. That doesn't mean that we wanted to kill anybody. It just means that when we warned Palestinians 2 weeks ago to evacuate that specific area because there was going to be major combat operations, they should have heeded the warning and they should have left. The sad reality that is unfolding now is that the civilians in Gaza are paying the price for the atrocities of Hamas. We are fighting a battle here to defend ourselves. We cannot allow a situation for Hamas to continue to exist after the atrocities of October 7th, and in order for us to be able to safeguard ourselves, we have to eradicate Hamas wherever they are, even if they're hiding in tunnels underneath populated areas.
Colonel Conricus, to the point, though, about wanting them to leave, I mean, these are 100,000 people in a refugee camp. By definition, they lack resources. Where were people like that supposed to go? Was it even reasonable to tell them to go? I mean, they don't have anything to begin with.
No, that is unfortunately not accurate at all. And if you let me, I'd like to explain why. If you look at the footage that you're showing, you don't see tents. This isn't some makeshift refugee camp. These are permanent dwellings of Palestinians living in a Palestinian-controlled area under Palestinian rule. These aren't refugees no more than my grandparents are refugees who came from Poland and Morocco in 1948. This is the time scope that we're talking about. These aren't refugees, and it's not a refugee camp any more than half of the population in modern Israel are refugees of the expulsion from Arab countries in 1948. So, yes,
Colonel, I understand your point. I understand your point about permanence. I'm sure King Abdullah would say the same about refugee camps of Syrians in Jordan, and Egypt the same about other refugee camps they have. But while I understand the point you're making about the permanency of the residents, they are poor.
And
they can't leave.
Erin, yes, they could. They made a decision. Now, the fact that they made the wrong decision does not make them a target. That is not what I'm saying. I am saying that we warned ahead. Everybody in Jabalia knows. The same guy who was holding the page listing the unfortunate deaths in his family, I feel for him, but he knows that Hamas is there. He knows that the place is full of what they call mukawama, resistance. All of them know it. And they know that there will be fighting there, and they know that the safest place for them to be is not there. It's in the south.
So let me ask you a question about, though, how you know what you're striking, because I know you put out a statement today, the IDF did, at least, Colonel, regarding the second strike, right? The second strike in 24 hours in Jabalia camp. And a quote from it is that based on precise intelligence, IDF fighter jets struck Hamas command and control complex in Jabalia. Colonel, of course, we all know Israeli intelligence failed in the lead up to the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. How do you know that Israeli intelligence is right now?
Erin, I think you asked the same question 3 weeks ago, and I think I'll provide the same answer that I'm saying now. We are basing our military operations off intelligence. We continue to monitor their communications. We continue to listen and see what they're doing. We issue information, not claims, but we issue names, faces, and positions of dead Hamas commanders and key operatives. We do that because we do still have excellent intelligence, very granular intelligence of what they are doing, of their whereabouts. Granted, I cannot argue with what you said, the first part. Yes, we failed on October 7th, clearly, and that needs to be investigated. But definitely, that does not imply that our intelligence is wrong. On the contrary, we continue working based on that intelligence, and we generate more intelligence. Our ground troops are there in friction with the enemy. Every encounter, when we meet the enemy, we defeat them, even if we have casualties, and then we generate more and more targeting intelligence.
All right, well, Colonel Conricus, thank you very much. I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right, and next, an exclusive dispatch from our journalist Ibrahim Dahman in Gaza, where he visits a shelter where 20,000 people are crammed together, and they're hungry and afraid. Plus, former President Trump's eldest son takes the witness stand in Trump's New York fraud case. What did he say under oath about his father's business empire? A new CNN K-File reporting tonight on House Speaker Mike Johnson's past and his controversial ties to a group that claimed it could turn gay people straight.
It's time for an honest conversation about homosexuality. There's freedom to change if you want to.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You sell high commission investment products, right?
Nope. Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we structure our fees so we do better when our clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
The Medicare Advantage and Prescription Drug Plan annual enrollment period is now open.
Every year I have to listen to all these commercials.
We're sorry, Karen, and we know it's annoying, but we want to make sure everyone on Medicare knows it's time to check and see if they can enroll in a plan that will save money or include additional benefits.
I just want these commercials to stop.
Honestly, Karen, we do too. But this is the only time of year when everyone on Medicare can call and see if there are plans with additional benefits available in their area.
I already have a Medicare Advantage plan, so these commercials aren't even for me.
Well, Karen, plans may change every year, and the 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available. The phone lines are open. Just call 800-331-5378 now. The Medicare annual enrollment period is the only time of year when all Medicare recipients can call and enroll in a new Medicare Advantage plan. This is also the time to call if you want to change plans. This enrollment period is only open for a limited number of weeks.
Do I have to call now for 2024?
2024 plans are available now during the annual enrollment period. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to take your call. Call now and get a free benefits review with no obligation to enroll. Just call 800-331-5378 now.
So, I can call and not sign up for a plan?
That's right. We just want to make sure everyone on Medicare gets information about plans with the coverage they want in 2024. You can call to check and see what plans with additional benefits may be available in your area.
I need to get that number one more time.
The number again is 800-331-5378.
Is the call free too?
Yes, the call and benefits review are free with zero obligation to enroll. Call now. Just call 800-331-5378 now. That's 800-331-5378.
Introducing Ned's Plaque Psoriasis. He thinks his flaky red patches are all people see.
Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis. It can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking with no routine blood tests required. Doctors have been prescribing it for nearly a decade. Otezla is also approved to treat psoriatic arthritis. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can happen. Otezla may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Some people taking Otezla had depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur.
With clear skin, movie night is a groovy night. Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla.
Tonight, for the first time, a few people allowed to leave Gaza, Americans among them. The Rafah border crossing between Egypt and Gaza let some people through, 361 to be precise, according to Egyptian officials. And right now, a small group of American citizens, along with a few hundred foreign nationals and dozens of badly injured Palestinians, have been able finally to leave, and they are now in Cairo, finally allowed to escape after more than 3 weeks under siege. Among them, American Dr. Barbara Zind. And you're looking at images of Dr. Zind finally leaving Gaza, trapped there for 26 days. You know her. You've seen her images almost every night as we've been following her story. She was there to help children and it ended up in the middle of a war, surviving increasingly desperate conditions. At one point at the end, living out of a car, sleeping there with as many as 6 other people, food and water, incredibly short supply. One toilet served by 800 people. You can imagine the lines, the agony, the disease. Her husband, Paul Preston, shared updates with Outfront throughout her entire ordeal. And tonight she is now beginning, finally, to begin her way home to Colorado and to see you, Paul. So Paul Preston's with me. And Paul, thank goodness. I mean, you had become increasingly anguished about her situation. I know that you're hoping to obviously have a chance to speak with her very soon. Where is she and how is she?
I've just been hearing secondhand about her. She's, I think, going to be arriving in Cairo fairly soon, and is going to stay there for a night and then come on back to Colorado. I've heard that she's feeling okay, but again, I haven't talked to her directly.
Right, and I imagine, you know, there's okay, and then there's the just dealing with what she's seen and experienced, and I know her deep care for those she has left behind. Do you have any information as to what it was like as she left, Paul?
Well, she was put on a list. My sister-in-law, who's Palestinian, read on the Rafah Facebook page that my wife and Ramona were 15th and 16th on the NGO list to be evacuated. So they got up early and then went to the border. They said it was, well, indirectly again, they said it was fairly orderly. People were calling out people's names and then would come up. There were some fighting. I'm not sure what they're fighting about. She said that she saw, quote, only 2 fist fights. But then, you know, once she got to the Palestinian border crossing, she was there for like 5 hours and 4 or 5 hours in passport control, and that's when I was starting to get discouraged because she texted me that. I'm like, oh, what's going to happen now? But I think what was going on, just conjecture, is that they were, you know, removing the injured and letting the ambulances through. And so once she started to, you know, go through the system, then she was took a shuttle to the Egyptian part of the border. And then she got into a car arranged by PCRF. I think there was like 6 people in this car, but they did arrange a police escort for her to get across the Sinai.
You know, the last time we spoke, you know, she had to flee that same crossing because of fights over food. I know at one point, you know, she had gotten close, sort of, you know, in the hopes, and then you had described these people were literally fighting outside a UN compound for food. You know, what are the conditions as you understand it now? I mean, I know you're describing as she was leaving only 2 fist fights, but what were the conditions as she was leaving that she was living under and others around her living under?
Well, she is, like before, very fortunate. She was living in a clinic that was attached to a school and was now sleeping inside, which was different than what was going on before. They actually had a stove that had gas, so they could have some hot food, you know, before they used the campfire, you know, when they were in the compound. She didn't mention how it was outside. I mean, I think she was, you know, saying that it's all, you know, was so bad, she kind of got used to it. I mean, it was just bad like all the time. The one good thing about where she was is the bombing was not as close, and so that made her feel more secure.
Well, Paul, thank you very much. I'm so glad to speak with you finally, with this being the reason why. And thank you so much, and I hope she's getting some rest, and we will be speaking to you soon. Thanks.
And we appreciate you, Aaron, for keeping these people in the public eye with these stories. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. It's the least we can do. Well, Dr. Zind is one of the lucky few able to leave Gaza tonight because, of course, there are countless Gazans, well over 1 million, 2 million, who can't. Those include our CNN colleague Ibrahim Dahman, along with his wife and their 2 young boys. He's been out front eyes and ears on the ground in Gaza since the war began. So tonight, he reports from a UN refugee camp near Khan Yunis, where he says there are right now, as we are talking, 20,000 people, no mattresses.
كنا في مركز زيوة للأنوضة. المركز هذا غرب مدينة خان يونس. هذا المركز يضم فوق 20,000 مواطن نزحوا من شمال قطاع غزة. المواطنين وضعهم الصحي والنفسي والجسدي كله تعب. الأكل بيجيهم بشكل مش يومي متقطع. المياه مياه عادية بتصلهم، مياه يعني غير صالحة للشرب. الأكل كتير سيء، يعني كل 2 3 لما بوصلهم شوية معلبات. المكان مكتظ جدا. صورنا مع عدة عائلات ساكنين بخيام. كتير من الناس منهم بيناموا على الأرض. لو مطرت الدنيا يعني مش حيكون لهم مكان ولا حيكونوا يعني بعاد عن المطر. بيحكوا من فوق 20,000 مواطن في هذا المكان. يعني مكان كبير كتير كبير.
All right, 20,000 people, Ebe says, living off of canned food, sleeping on the ground as we're speaking now. That's our Ibrahim Dahman continuing to bravely report tonight on that grim reality as he endures it with his wife and young boys. And next, prosecutors in Trump's fraud trial questioning Donald Trump Jr. under oath. Trump's legal team, though, opting not to cross-examine the president's son. How come? And Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna taking on the Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy for saying that he'd love nothing more than for the IDF to put Hamas leaders' heads on a stake. Why did Khanna want this debate? He'll tell you. He's out front.
We're building a better postal service for more on-time deliveries and easier, affordable ways to ship so you can deliver even more holiday joy. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
Doug. And Doug says you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano. Are you replacing me? With this guy?
Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
He doesn't even have a mustache.
Oh, look at Boo-Boo.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Life after student debt is within reach. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because only the Sleep Number Climate 360 smart bed lets you each sleep up to 13 degrees cooler or warmer on either side, while you both sleep at your ideal level of firmness, comfort, and support, your Sleep Number setting. And now our all-new next-gen smart beds have temperature benefits, so you sleep better night after night. And now the new Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is only $8.99. Sleep next level. Shop for a limited time at Sleep Number.
It's time to vote for CNN Hero of the Year. Support the extraordinary people who are making a difference in our world. Cast 10 votes a day, every day at CNNHeroes.com.
Join me on my
perfect feel-good vacation adventure in Penticton, BC.
Well, that might leave a mark.
And I did it all fuel-free. Almost. Wow, this is gorgeous.
Hello. Welcome.
Yes. Let's go.
Let's go.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
New tonight, Donald Trump Jr. under oath, the former president's oldest son, testifying for about 90 minutes today in the Trump org fraud trial, denying any involvement in the preparation of his father's financial statements, including after his father became president and he was appointed trustee of a revocable trust. Donald Jr. saying he left all of that to the accountants. He is the first of 3 Trump children scheduled to testify. He'll be back on the stand tomorrow. Former President Trump himself is still scheduled to take the stand on Monday. Eric Larson is out front now, the Bloomberg News legal reporter who was in the courtroom, and Ryan Goodman, our out front legal analyst. All right, so Eric, we've been talking to you throughout this trial. You've been inside throughout. You were inside for all of it today. We've got a courtroom sketch of him on the stand because you saw for your own eyes. We just get these sketches, but there he is. According to the Washington Post, quote, he left the room for the afternoon break. Don Jr. paused to hover over the courtroom sketch artist's work, looking at her drawing of him. Sounds like father, like son, but can you tell me about that and what the mood was like when he was on that stand?
Well, when he was on the stand, he started out pretty jovial. He cracked a joke at the beginning when the judge, for a few minutes, had some photographers and videographers come in to take some shots. And he cracked a joke about how, I should have put on my makeup this morning, and everyone kind of laughed. He also cracked a few jokes on the witness stand. At one point, while he was speaking really quickly, the judge, asked him to slow down for the court reporter, and he joked about how he had moved to Florida, but he still talks like a New Yorker, that sort of thing. So he was pretty laid back, especially compared to sort of the demeanor of his father when he's been in court and speaking to reporters outside the courtroom and lashing out sort of at the
very, very
judge.
angry.
Right,
And,
so there was none of that from Donald Trump.
and he seemed prepared.
He did seem prepared. He answered the questions real quickly. For the first hour or so, was a lot of background about his work at the Trump Organization and all of the projects that he's worked on. Toward the end, he was asked more pointed questions about his role and these statements of financial condition, these allegedly inflated documents at the center of the case, and he got a little more animated at that point in denying any involvement in those documents.
And again, Ryan, we should make the point here that this trial is not about guilt or innocence. That's been determined by the judge. All parties had agreed to that being the way this works, as opposed to a jury. So this is about damages and what liability the former President Trump Org may have in the overstatement. But even if Don Jr. is telling the truth, and Eric says he made the argument, he doesn't know anything about what the accountants did, whether people inflated, despite obviously his role at the time at the Trump Org, that could still be a problem for him, right?
It could be a problem for him in multiple ways. It's helpful to him in some respect because it means that he wasn't necessarily involved in fraudulently misrepresenting the business records or something like that because he didn't know what was going on.
Right.
Wasn't him.
At least that's what he says.
That's right. But at the other hand, it also suggests that he's not really practicing due diligence. That's in fact part of the allegations and the Attorney General's documents submitted to the court that he should have known, or he should have explored, and he's signing the certification saying it is according to accounting standards, and now he's saying I don't even know what those standards are. That's one of the problems. The other one is maybe the judge doesn't believe him. The judge might make a credibility determination, and that's important in terms of if the judge's final orders will be appealed and if he'd be overturned. If he makes some of these based on factual determinations that he doesn't find some of the witnesses credible, that is very difficult to overturn him because he's the judge in the courtroom making that kind of determination, and only he can really decide that.
All right, so where do you think, Eric, he's going to be back tomorrow, right? This almost had been delayed by a day, right? Because Michael McCarty was ahead, that was going slow. So he's going to finish tomorrow. Where do you think he's the most vulnerable as the state continues questioning in the morning?
Well, there are several parts of the complaint that specify Donald Trump Jr.'s role in these statements of financial condition in terms of using them to give to banks like Deutsche Bank and verifying their accuracy as he was handing them over under the terms of their loans for hundreds and millions of dollars. And on top of that, there is at least one example of Don Jr. and some of the others at Trump Board being alerted to the fact that one of the main assets there, Trump's three-story penthouse at Trump Tower, the size of it and value was exaggerated by about 3 times to over $300 million. And Forbes magazine looked into it in 2015 or so and told them about it, and they sort of just said, oh well, and apparently just went ahead and submitted it to Deutsche Bank and Mazars anyway.
Which, by the way, I mean, there's overstating and there's sort of, there's poetic license in real estate. $300 million for a penthouse years ago, that's not in that realm.
No, it's not. It's an order of magnitude. So out of it, so they're in deep trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you both very much. I appreciate it. And next, new reporting tonight from CNN's K-File on House Speaker Mike Johnson's past, his work with a group that vowed to turn gay people straight, and his long history of anti-gay comments. You'll hear the tape. And is Trump now the king of gas?
We did with Obama. We won an election that everyone said couldn't be won.
He says Obama, but remember, it was Hillary Clinton that he beat.
It's time for news about the news. Sling TV has the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. It's the same news programming you love, starting at $40 a month. That's what I just said. Right. It's the same news for less, starting at $40 a month.
She found it. The feeling of finding the psoriasis treatment she's been looking for. Sotyktu is the first of its kind once daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis for the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding that outfit psoriasis tried to hide from you, or finding your swimsuit is ready for prime time. Dad, once daily Sotyktu is proven to get more people's clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors. Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. Ask your dermatologist about Sotyktu for clearer skin. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
My late father-in-law lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had AMD. I didn't know it then, but it can progress to GA, an advanced form of the disease. His struggle with vision loss from AMD made me want to help you see warning signs of GA, like straight lines that seem wavy, blurry or missing visual spots that make it hard to see faces, like this one. Or trouble with low light. That makes driving at night a real challenge. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. GA is irreversible. It's important to catch it early. Talk to your eye doctor about GA and learn more at GAWon'tWait.com.
It's incredible what my Food Saver vacuum sealer can do. Easy meal prep. Amazing how fresh the salmon is. Food stays fresh up to 5 times longer, saving me thousands in groceries. Food Saver saves money, time, and flavor.
Being a journalist is the best job in the world. Asking challenging questions of the folks who run the world. Is Ukraine going to win this war?
Yes, of course.
You ready?
The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, tomorrow at 4.
Why is just a starting line, for the true self grows only when we find our purpose. What makes us tick? Below the surface. My why is diversity and unity, a safe space in my community. Living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. For some, their why is a summer under stars, memories and moments, connections near and far. Why is the before work hustle, an after school home, a section of my block, a corner to call my own. Our reason why is united, undivided, seeking understanding. Here, a handshake is a promise, All our hearts are dancing. Laughing is our song. It's kinship, friendship, tide rising with the ship. It's a million faces in a mirror, and everyone belongs. Find your one for a better us.
I'm Manuaj on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Tonight, dangerous. That's how former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney describes the new House Speaker Mike Johnson. Cheney once sharing an adjoining office with Johnson on Capitol Hill, so she knows him. And it comes as CNN's Kate File has uncovered details about Johnson's history with a group that promoted gay conversion therapy, a long debunked theory that gay people could be made straight. Here's some of what he said in the past.
It's time for an honest conversation about homosexuality. There's freedom to change if you want to.
CNN K-File, Andrew Kaczynski is out front. So, Andrew, that's, pretty unambiguous. But what else did you find?
Yeah, so for years, Johnson worked with this group called Exodus International on an anti-gay event aimed at teens. Now, Exodus was a leader in what was called the ex-gay movement. We talked a little bit about it in that intro, where they claimed that you could essentially change somebody's sexuality through counseling, through prayer. They basically treated being gay as a mental illness. Now, Johnson and this group, when he was a attorney at this socially conservative organization called the Alliance Defense Fund, collaborated on this event called the Day of Truth, and this was actually in response to a pro-gay event called the Day of Silence. It was to raise awareness about bullying for gay teens, and then they launched this event the next day in 2005 that was about, basically, they'd pass out cards, they would tell people that you could change your sexual behavior. They pointed teens to their website, and this had links to Exodus's ministries, and we actually have some audio of Johnson talking about that event. Let's take a listen to it.
Our race, the size of our feet, the color of our eyes, these are things we're born with, we cannot change. But what these adult advocacy groups like the Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network are promoting is a type of behavior. Homosexual behavior is something you do, it's not something that you are.
And I think we should note, too, that Exodus actually shut down in 2013. Their founder issued a long apology apologizing for the hurt and pain that this sort of thing has caused. And we actually spoke to a former executive when we were working on this story, and he said that this sort of thing was very damaging for gay teens.
So what else did you find on Johnson's record on gay rights?
So homosexuality was it was a topic he talked about a lot. When that Lawrence v. Texas ruling came down in 2003, which threw out state sodomy laws, Johnson actually wrote to say that he thought those laws should have stayed in place. He called homosexuality, we reported last week, inherently unnatural. He called it a dangerous lifestyle. He was very against same-sex marriage, and he actually said it was going to bring down democracy, and then he said people would be marrying their pets, like goldfish, cats, things like that. And he even shared this sort of odd pseudoscientific or historical theory that the Roman Empire fell because of homosexuality, and we have a clip of that as well.
Many historians, those who are objective, would look back and recognize and give some credit to the fall of Rome to not only the deprivation of the society and the loss of morals, but also to the rampant, homosexual behavior that was condoned by the society.
So we did reach out to Johnson's office. We asked about those clips. We asked, does he still believe this stuff? Does he believe in conversion therapy? We didn't get a response from them.
All right, Andrew, thank you very much. I appreciate it. The K-File. And now I want to go to Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Congressman, you just heard all of that. You heard those clips. This is now the House Speaker. This is the person who is the Speaker of the House. Does it surprise you that someone who clearly has advocated these views is now the Speaker?
It doesn't surprise me. They're obviously very extreme. They're wrong. They don't recognize the dignity of every American. And it's not what Americans believe. But look, there's an extreme wing of the Republican Party that is determining who the Speaker is. And unfortunately, Speaker Johnson is beholden to them.
Well, the House just voted to kill Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's censure of Representative Rashida Tlaib, a Palestinian American. Of course, Tlaib has taken a position on Israel. She supports a recent pro-Palestinian protest at the Capitol. She was clear about that. You wondered how many Republicans would stand up to her right to free speech as you see it. 23 of them did. 186 voted to censure. But nonetheless, 23 of them did stand up for her. Are you surprised about that?
Well, I applaud their courage in standing up for the First Amendment. Look, I absolutely condemned what Hamas did and have stood up for Israel's right to defend itself and voted that way. But in a democracy, we should allow people to have different views. And Rashida Tlaib is a grandmother who is in Palestine. She has lived experience. She should be able to speak out for her views, and if they're wrong or if she has misstatements, correct her, but don't suppress her First Amendment speech.
You were in New Hampshire today debating Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, and at one point, Congressman, you gave him an opportunity to retract a recent statement he made. His statement said that he would, quote, love nothing more, that's what he said, love nothing more than if the IDF put Hamas leaders' heads on stakes, okay? You gave him a chance to retract this. I want to play the exchange.
I heard you saying you want the Hamas leaders on stakes and at the Gaza border. And I guess this is...
If Israel wants to do that, they should be able to do it.
Yeah, this is where I think we have a difference just in terms of leadership. If we were to put Hamas leaders on stakes, if Israel were to do it, we should tell them absolutely not. Not just because they're violating the Geneva Convention, because already Christopher Wray is saying they're heightened threats to Jewish Americans, Muslim Americans here. Why do we want to inflate the threat?
Israel is an ally. What does that actually mean? You let an ally defend themselves as they deem fit.
So he stands by it, heads on stakes. If you're an ally, you're an ally. You let an ally defend themselves as they deem fit. Why was it important to you to have this debate and conversation?
Well, what I was trying to say there is look at President Obama. When he got Osama bin Laden, he disposed of the remains in the sea. When you have this kind of inflammatory rhetoric, especially for someone who's running for president and in the top 5, it puts all of us at risk. It heightens the terrorist threats that Christopher Wray is talking about to U.S. troops, to Jewish Americans, to Muslim Americans. And I was hoping to engage him in a civil conversation to show substantive differences and hopefully to persuade people that we need more rationality and prudence in foreign policy.
And yet, of course, you've been very pro-Israel. You don't support a ceasefire. You've had people demonstrating in front of your office saying that you should. Obviously, people like Rashida Tlaib, who are in your progressive caucus, do support that. You don't. Your political director resigned over your stance on this. You've held firm. Why do you believe a ceasefire is wrong?
Well, I'm where Bernie Sanders is. I'm where Jamie Raskin is, and that is in a humanitarian pause, that we need to have Israel's right to defend itself. Israel should be able to go after the Hamas perpetrators who have committed this heinous act. Any country would want to do that, but we need to value Palestinian lives. We can't have bombing that is going after civilians, innocent children and women. Now, it's hard because Hamas often has those civilians in military sites, but at the same time, we need extraordinary care. And right now I'm saying let's have a humanitarian pause with food, water, electricity, which I'd say is the majority progressive position.
All right. I appreciate your time, Congressman Khanna. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and next, Trump's made a campaign out of making fun of Biden's gaffes, but is he starting to stumble a bit too much, too? Like saying he beat Obama or that Biden could lead the United States into World War II. And New York making an example tonight of a student who's accused of threatening to bring an assault rifle to campus to shoot Jewish people.
Sometimes the lows of bipolar depression feel darkest before dawn. With Caplyta, there's a chance to let in the light. Caplyta is proven to deliver significant relief across bipolar depression. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Caplyta treats both bipolar 1 and 2 depression, and in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Call your doctor about sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants may increase these risks in young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Report fever, confusion, stiff, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be life-threatening or permanent. These aren't all the serious side effects effects.
Caplyta can help you let in the light. Ask your doctor about Caplyta. Find savings and support at caplyta.com.
Pano AI chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions because T-Mobile helps Pano AI innovate so they can stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
The Medicare Advantage and Prescription Drug Plan annual enrollment period is now open.
Every year I have to listen to all these commercials.
We're sorry, Karen, and we know it's annoying, but we want to make sure everyone on Medicare knows it's time to check and see if they can enroll in a plan that will save money or include additional benefits.
I just want these commercials to stop.
Honestly, Karen, we do too. But this is the only time of year when everyone on Medicare can call and see if there are plans with additional benefits available in their area.
I already have a Medicare Advantage plan, so these commercials aren't even for me.
Well, Karen, plans may change every year, and the 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available. The phone lines are open. Just call 800-331-5378 now. The Medicare annual enrollment period is the only time of year when all Medicare recipients can call and enroll in a new Medicare Advantage plan. This is also the time to call if you want to change plans. This enrollment period is only open for a limited number of weeks.
Do I have to call now for 2024?
2024 plans are available now during the annual enrollment period. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to take your call. Call now and get a free benefits review with no obligation to enroll. Just call 800-331-5378 now.
So, I can call and not sign up for a plan?
That's right. We just want to make sure everyone on Medicare gets information about plans with the coverage they want in 2024. You can call to check and see what plans with additional benefits may be available in your area.
I need to get that number one more time.
That number again is 800-331-5378.
Is the call free too?
Yes, the call and benefits review are free with zero obligation to enroll. Call now. Just call 800-331-5378 now. That's 800-331-5378.
Hey Dad, would you rather time travel to the past or the future?
That's easy. I'll dial the time back to 20 minutes so I can eat this ham, turkey, and beef roast all over again.
But you could just go back to the holiday buffet right now.
But then I would get the time travel.
Let's go way back. I want to ride a pterodactyl.
What?
What?
You tripping right now. I done sat at the wrong table again. Where is my real family, Em?
Kate's going big and going home for the holidays. That's the plan. At Michael's, she got everything to make cookies that were anything but cutter. Turn ideas into I did it.
Tonight, turning the tables on Trump, the Ron DeSantis campaign hammering Trump for a string of gaffes that he's made on the campaign trail recently, launching what it's called a Trump accident tracker, trying to get traction. Today, the campaign mocking Trump's teleprompter reading ability, calling his performance sad, to use a Trump word, and saying Trump is sounding a lot like Biden. But put the politics aside, because the attacks from DeSantis come as Trump has been trying to make an issue out of Joe Biden's age and fitness office relentlessly. Well, so now you got to look at his record too. Kristen Holmes is out front.
It's a new feature of Donald Trump's stump speech.
Where am I?
The former president delivering an exaggerated impersonation of Joe Biden, mocking the Democrats' age and fitness for office.
And he stands there, he doesn't even know what the hell. He can't get off a stage. He can't put two sentences together, and he's in charge of nuclear warfare. Oh my.
But it's Trump's own verbal stumbles, such as predicting a future war that ended nearly 80 years ago.
We would be in World War II very quickly.
Claiming he defeated Barack Obama in an election.
We did with Obama. We won an election that everyone said couldn't be won.
And mistakenly referring to Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban as the leader of Turkey.
Viktor Orban. Did anyone ever hear of him? He's probably like one of the strongest leaders anywhere in the world. And he's the leader of, right? He's the leader of Turkey. But Viktor Orban, and he's the head of Hungary, and he runs a tough...
That are giving his rivals, Democrats and Republicans alike, an opening to turn the tables.
And what Donald Trump does now, he is wedded to the teleprompter.
he can't get off that teleprompter. This is a different Donald Trump than 2015 and 16. Lost the zip on his fastball, has a sense of entitlement.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' campaign also launched what it's calling a Trump accident tracker to highlight the former president's verbal slips on the campaign trail. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, meanwhile, jabbed at the former president's lack of moral clarity on foreign policy.
With all due respect, I don't get confused.
President Joe Biden's re-election campaign is also seeking to draw attention to Trump's missteps, clipping the moments and promoting them on social media.
Very big hello to a place where we've done very well. Sioux Falls, thank you very much, Sioux Falls. So, Sioux City, let me ask you.
At 80, Biden is America's oldest sitting president and would be 86 at the end of his second term. Trump is about 3.5 years younger than Biden.
He's not too old, he's incompetent.
And Aaron, despite this relatively small age gap between these two men, the way that voters view them is wide. In a recent NBC News poll, they found that 59% of voters had major concerns that Biden did not have the necessary physical or mental health that was needed to serve another presidential term. That compared to only 34% who felt that way about Trump. Aaron?
All right, Kristen, thank you very much. And next, a warning from New York's governor after a student was arrested for allegedly threatening to shoot up a kosher dining hall.
Weeknights at 8. Tonight on 360, new reporting to get the full story. The will to fight, how important is that? Be unafraid.
You have reasonable grounds to believe that alleged war crimes have been committed.
Have compassion. That's real trauma, what you have been through. Seek truth.
Is Israel in full control of its territory?
And go where the search for answers takes you. Anderson Cooper 360, next on CNN.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
When you have chronic kidney disease, there are places you'd like to be. Like here. And here. Not so much here. Farxiga reduces the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare, life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
When you have chronic kidney disease, it's time to ask your doctor for Farxiga, because there are places you want to be.
If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Salonpas, makers of powerful pain relief patches for 89 years, believes in continuous improvement, like rounded corners that resist peeling, with an array of active ingredients and sizes to relieve your pain. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
There have been 3 murders. Where do we find the truth?
You have a fabulous energy.
We continue.
I speak for the dead.
Guaranteed drama with that one.
I saw demons.
then they must be killed.
I will not be next.
Haunting in Venice.
HPV is a virus that typically has no signs and symptoms, and it's spread via sexual activity. Unfortunately, condoms aren't giving us full protection from HPV. There's still those other body parts that are touching. HPV can stay asleep in a person's body for up to 40 years before it wakes up, and it's linked to a long list of cancers.
The HPV vaccine is a cancer prevention tool. We know it is very safe, it is very effective, and it's giving you long-term protection against cancer.
I'm Melissa Bell in Cairo, and this is CNN.
Tonight, you cannot get away with this. That's a quote, the direct words of the New York Governor Kathy Hochul after a 21-year-old Cornell student was arrested for making anti-Semitic threats against Jewish students online.
I want to make an example. If you do this, you will be caught and you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Patrick Dye appeared in court today. The Department of Justice alleges he threatened to, quote, shoot up a kosher dining hall. The DOJ also alleges he used several usernames to write the threats, including one called Hamas Soldier. Dye could face up to 5 years in prison if he is convicted. In the meantime, his parents have spoken out, telling the New York Post that he struggles with depression. They say he doesn't have a history of violence. Nonetheless, the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, today referenced Dye's arrest. He was hosting a forum on hate crimes, of which there has been, of course, a surge in hate crimes, noting a significant, he said, uptick in threats against Jewish, Muslim, and Arab Americans. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. We'll be back here tomorrow night. AC 360 with Anderson Cooper begins right now.
Good evening. For the first time since the October 7th attack on Israel and the war on Hamas that's followed, hundreds of foreign nationals, as well as those with dual citizenships, were finally allowed to leave Gaza today. Many more still remain. 2 of them allowed to leave are U.S. citizens. Both were aid workers. In a moment, we'll speak to the niece of one of those aid workers, Ramona Okumora, a 71-year-old Seattle resident who's been helping to make prosthetics for children in Gaza when she was there on October 7th. The State Department estimates there are about 1,000 Americans and 5,000 other foreign nationals in Gaza who want to leave. President Biden said today he expects more Americans to depart, quote, over the coming days. In another first since the war began, injured Palestinians, 45, according to the Egyptian government, were allowed to cross Gaza's southern border into Egypt. This is a hospital in North Sinai where some were taken for treatment. Signals a shift in a conflict that for the second time in as many days saw Israel strike Hamas targets in the Jabalia refugee camp north of Gaza. According to the UN, it's the largest camp like that in Gaza. In a statement, Israel says it struck a, quote, Hamas command and control complex and that, quote, Hamas terrorists were eliminated in the strike. The director of a hospital near the refugee camp says they received 80 bodies. CNN can't confirm either claim. We'll have a full report on the news strike shortly, as well as what this means for the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, plus the attempts to release the hostages, which now number at least 240, according to the Israel Defense Forces. First, though, Melissa Bell joins us from Egypt on the release of those foreign nationals and injured Palestinians. So what more do we know about the Americans who left Gaza earlier today and others?
Well, you mentioned, Anderson, Dr. Okumura, 71-year-old pediatric orthopedist. The other is a pediatrician. Both were doctors there to help Gazan children, found themselves on the wrong side of the border. What we understand is that they're both now on their way to Cairo. These just the very first of the Americans that are to be released. What we understand is that this is a comprehensive deal, Anderson, that will see all foreign and dual nationals eventually getting out of Gaza. A tired smile and a wave from one of the lucky few finally allowed to leave Gaza since the war began. These families, just some of the first foreign and dual nationals finally permitted through the Rafah crossing into Egypt on Wednesday, the result of a deal brokered by Qatar between Israel, Hamas, Egypt and the United States that will allow all foreign and dual nationals to leave the besieged enclave. Also allowed to leave under the deal, the first Palestinians, 81 of the most severely wounded, those desperate enough for urgent surgical intervention, taken one by one in a convoy of ambulances to a field hospital set up a few miles away and to other hospitals in northern Egypt. Large crowds of foreign nationals had been massing at the border after hearing at the start of the conflict that they'd be allowed out. Families desperately checking to see if they were some of those lucky enough finally to get through.
I'm an American living in Gaza. We heard that the crossing was open, but unfortunately we discovered that it was open for specific nationalities at the moment. And we had to turn back because the cellular network was down and we weren't aware that there was a list. We hope to see our names on the list tomorrow or the next day.
As the only crossing from Gaza to anywhere other than Israel, all eyes had been on Rafah ever since the total siege of the Strip was announced by Israel. And what's gone in has been painfully little. A further 20 trucks arriving on Wednesday, a drop in the ocean, say aid organizations given the needs inside.
And Melissa, just to be clear, this is not having anything to do with the hostages that are still being held by Hamas. What does this deal indicate about the broader talks going on behind the scenes?
Well, that these talks should be taking place at all is quite remarkable, Anderson, and they should be bearing fruit. It was quite unexpected when the news came this morning that this deal had been struck. You're talking about parties, many of which don't actually speak to one another, and given how tense the situation, how worse it's gotten over the course of the last 3.5 weeks, it had seemed very unlikely that there'd be any glimmer of hope at all for these foreign nationals who'd made their way south of the Gaza Strip to the Rafah crossing. And yet this breakthrough tells us that not only is the Qatari mediation functioning, but despite the conditions and the posturing and the difficulties involved in these talks, they are making progress. And I think whilst you're quite right to point out that this has nothing to do with the negotiations about the hostages, it is important, and I think an important glimmer of hope for the families of the hostages as well, that these parties are talking, and despite all of their differences and all of the rancor that exists between them, capable of finding agreement and compromise when it comes to getting people out. We understand that there were difficulties. For instance, Hamas had wanted some of its wounded soldiers to come out. Egypt had been very reluctant about what kind of people it was taking in, and yet here we are. We understand that all of the many thousands of foreign nationals will get out, and I think that is an important measure of the hope that exists in a situation that had seemed entirely hopeless, Anderson.
Melissa, thanks. Joined now by Leah Okamura. Her aunt was one of the 2 American aid workers we mentioned who was able to leave Gaza today. Leah, I know, you and your family were in constant communication with your Aunt Ramona as she was crossing from Gaza into Egypt. How did you feel when she was safe, when you realized she was out?
This day has just been incredibly overwhelming. We got word last night that there was a list of people who were going to be able to cross, and then finally got word that Ramona was in fact on the list. And my family has been up all night waiting for this wonderful news. And so we finally got text messages from her as she was passing from Gaza into Egypt, and we were so incredibly relieved.
How's she doing now? Do you know?
I think she is just completely exhausted. The text messages ended several hours ago when she said she was going to sleep. And I hope she is enjoying a very restful sleep in a comfortable bed after a delicious meal and a hot shower, which she absolutely deserves.
I want to play an audio recording that your aunt sent you just yesterday. Let's listen.
In the last hour or so, drones started flying overhead again. It's the first time in this location hearing them. It's a warning for possible attacks tonight. Makes it hard to go to sleep at 2100 tonight.
Talk about what your aunt was doing in Gaza, because she's been there a number of times before.
Yeah, she is an incredibly remarkable person. She's an expert in pediatric prosthetics. She worked for many years at the University of Washington, and since she retired, she's been working with the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, which is an aid organization that brings desperately needed medical care to the children of Gaza. And Ramona's skills are unique in that she is able to build and fit prosthetics from the very limited material that people in Gaza are able to get in through the blockade. So she's able to make these prosthetics and fit them to children, and she also teaches other medical providers in Gaza how to do that themselves as well. So She's been to Gaza several times to do this work. She's very dedicated. She is incredibly passionate about the idea that children everywhere should be able to run around and play soccer with their friends or go to school. And she goes to Gaza to be able to make that happen for these children there. So she was there on what should have been a routine medical mission, starting from the end of September, and then got trapped there for many weeks in just awful conditions.
It's so awesome that in her retirement, she's chosen to, at great risk to herself and great inconvenience, even in normal times, do this for people.
Yes, we are just so proud of her and what she's able to do, and not just her skills and her dedication to it, but her bravery, really, and how passionate she is about this cause, about taking care of the children of Gaza and helping them lead fuller lives in the conditions that they're in.
Leah Okamura, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. We go now to the latest on the second strike on the Jabalia refugee camp and the latest advances made by the IDF inside Gaza. Jeremy Diamond has details.
This is all that remains. For the second day in a row, Israeli jets striking the densely populated Jabalia refugee camp, flattening apartment buildings. Hundreds were wounded, and at least 80 people were killed, according to the director of the nearby Indonesian hospital. The IDF said it struck a Hamas command and control complex in Jabalia, killing Hamas militants. But civilians also clearly among the casualties, including children rushed out of the rubble. Tonight, the United Nations Human Rights Office raising serious concerns that these are disproportionate attacks that could amount to war crimes. Israel blaming Hamas for using civilians as human shields as it continues its offensive. A top Israeli commander now says his forces are closing in on Gaza City, Hamas's stronghold in the Gaza Strip.
We're deep in the Strip, at the gates of Gaza City. In the last 5 days, we have dismantled a lot of the abilities of Hamas. We've attacked strategic positions, all the explosive abilities, its underground facilities and other systems.
5 days after Israel launched its ground offensive in Gaza, Israeli forces are advancing towards Gaza City from 3 different directions. In the north, Israeli armor and infantry have been spotted advancing from both ends of the Strip. Israeli tanks also appear to be closing in from the south. CNN geolocated this tank at the strategic Netzarim junction, on the main road into Gaza City. Israel is also moving some of its artillery closer to Gaza. Until recently, this field was filled with Israeli artillery positions. You can see these mounds where howitzer guns or other types of artillery would dig in. And now, as Israeli forces move closer into Gaza, those artillery positions are also moving closer to support the troops on the ground. Now all that remains are these boxes of munitions, artillery fuses used by the forces that were here. The question now is how deep Israeli forces will move into Gaza.
The only way to get to what Hamas has built over a decade inside the Gaza Strip, the only way is through a ground operation.
Jeremy Diamond joins us now from Ashkelon. So what can you tell us about the international response to these strikes at Jabalia?
Well, you saw in our piece there, Anderson, the UN Human Rights Council is now raising the specter of war crimes because of the high number of civilian casualties. There's also been very strong condemnation from several Arab countries, including Qatar, which has been involved in some of those mediation efforts regarding civilians in Gaza. The European Union's foreign policy chief also saying that he is appalled by the high number of civilian casualties in these strikes. But the United States, for its part, is trying to avoid being critical of Israel. The National Security Council spokesman John Kirby earlier today saying he didn't have full details on this latest strike, but saying that in private at least they are raising the issue of trying to minimize civilian casualties. Israel, for its part, Anderson, is standing by its tactics, putting the blame on Hamas for using civilians as human shields, and they are pressing forward with their advance. Tonight, the Israeli military saying that they have broken through Hamas's northern defensive lines. Tonight, Anderson, they are also announcing that 16 Israeli soldiers have now died in this expanded ground offensive. Anderson.
Jeremy Diamond, thanks. My next guest is Dr. Tom Podokar, is chief surgeon with the International Committee of the Red Cross. He's been in Gaza since last week, working in the south at the European Gaza Hospital. I spoke to him earlier by phone. Dr. Podokar, first of all, can you say where you are in Gaza?
Yeah, so at the moment I'm between Khan Yunis and Rafah in the south.
And what are you seeing in terms of medical needs at the hospital where you're working?
I mean, there's a huge number of patients, more patients than there are beds, and there's a lot of traumatic injuries, and particularly a lot of burn injuries, a significant number of burn injuries. Unfortunately, a lot of injuries in children.
I know you have worked with burn injuries a lot throughout your career. In terms of equipment, do you have the kinds of equipment and supplies, the medical supplies needed?
They are in short supply, so I mean everything is in short supply, but for birds particularly, for example, these require an awful lot of dressings.
The area you're in the south, that is where hundreds of thousands of Gazans have fled from the north. The IDF has been telling them to go south for weeks now. Are there internally displaced Gazans sheltering at the hospitals we've seen in hospitals in the north?
Yeah, many. I mean, I've been in the last week to three hospitals, and in two of them they're very significant numbers. So the hospitals are often set in grounds, a little bit like a university campus almost. And there's huge numbers just milling around. I mean, both inside in the hospital under stairwells, in the corridors, but also in the outside areas between various buildings. Occasionally there's a few tents, but otherwise also people just outdoors.
You've worked in a lot of very dangerous places, in a lot of very difficult circumstances. How does this compare to other war zones you've been in?
This is probably my, I think, 13th or 14th trip to Gaza, for example. Everything is on a bigger scale here at the moment in terms of the number of internally displaced people, the difficulty in access to having the right supplies and materials needed, and those that are running out. The ongoing and significant number of injuries, and often highly complex injuries. I mean, different types of warfare create different types of injuries. At the moment, we're seeing by far the majority are explosive injuries, which cause really significant damage to the body, which require complex surgery to repair, as opposed to, for example, gunshot injuries, which you miss. They may be devastating to one limb, for example, but they're usually more limited in terms of the impact on the body overall.
How concerned are you, just in terms of your own physical safety, the safety of the hospital itself? How concerned are you?
As an organisation, we have a lot of security measures in place to limit and manage risk. I have faith in the organisation and the people that we are helping to treat. Absolutely need this treatment, and they have to put up with the risk, if you like. So there's no reason that we shouldn't have to put up with it as well.
Dr. Podokar, I really appreciate your time and what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Coming up with some foreign nationals being allowed to leave leave from Gaza to Egypt. I'll speak to the parents of the American-Israeli Hirsch Goldberg Poland. He's believed to be kidnapped in Gaza after half of his arm was blown off by a grenade while he was hiding in a bomb shelter. Later, tensions on the rise of colleges here in the U.S. as the war divides students. At one campus, Jewish students are opting to do classes on Zoom for their own safety. We'll take you there.
It's incredible what my Food Saver vacuum sealer can do. Easy meal prep. Amazing how fresh the salmon is. Food stays fresh up to 5 times longer, saving me thousands in groceries. Food Saver saves money, time, and flavor.
I used to leak urine when I coughed, laughed, or exercised. I couldn't even enjoy playing with my kids.
I leaked too. I just assumed it was normal.
Then we learned about Bulkamid, an FDA-approved non-drug solution for our condition.
It really works, and it lasts for years. It's been the best thing we've done for our families.
Visit findforrelief.com to find an expert physician near you. Ask if Bulkamid is right for you and discuss potential risks. Results and experiences may vary. Move beyond the leaks.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
I thought we had a plan for Dad. He was set to go to the senior living community right by my house. Then a friend suggested I talk to a place for Mom. They really opened my eyes. My advisor listened and understood his needs and showed us options that were still nearby, but a better fit for Dad. Now he's in a warm, engaging community with a big group of friends. I know we made the better choice.
For free senior living advice, go to aplaceformom.com.
Get it with Gurus. Car Gurus.
Shingles. Some describe it as an intense burning sensation or an unbearable itch. This painful blistering rash can disrupt your life for weeks. It can make your workday feel impossible. The virus that causes shingles is likely already inside of you. If you're 50 years or older, ask your doctor or pharmacist about shingles.
Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
Simply Safe's #1 rated home security, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring, is half the cost of traditional brands, so you stay safe for less than $1 a day. Now get 50% off a new Simply Safe system. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Well, today's news of hundreds leaving Gaza through the Rafah crossing comes just a day after Hamas claimed that they'd released some hostages who were foreign nationals. No word yet if they plan to actually do that. Some 240 people are believed to have been kidnapped into Gaza. One of them is a 23-year-old American-Israeli named Hirsch Goldberg Poland. He was attending the Nova Music Festival when Hamas attacked. He was last seen in this video, part of his left arm blown off by grenades, several of which were thrown by Hamas gunmen into a bomb shelter where he and as many as 28 others were hiding. He was then loaded into the back of that pickup truck and is presumed to be now hostage. Joining me tonight, his parents, John Poland and Rachel Goldberg from Jerusalem. Thank you both so much for being with us. Let me just start by asking you, when the news that some foreign nationals would be getting released today through the southern border with Rafah, obviously it's not people who are being held hostage or who had been kidnapped by Hamas, but did that give you some, I'm wondering what your reaction to it was. Did it give you some hope that maybe there'd be some movement, particularly since emphasis was placed on people with injuries?
So first of all, I didn't assume that it was going to include Hirsch or most of the other hostages. That being said, I think we've talked in the past about how we just got to find hope and optimism anywhere we can find it. So first of all, sure, any dose of good news coming out of Gaza gives me a small dose of optimism. But also, I'm happy for those individuals, whoever they are. I'm happy when any of the innocent people come up in this mess. are allowed access to hopefully get out of it altogether, but certainly at least allowed access to health care or whatever else it is that they need.
Richard, what, you're wearing a tag that says 26. Do you want to tell people what that is?
Well, this morning I realized, you know what, it's day 26, and I don't know if anyone is really counting. I don't know how many people really care, and I think we mentioned to you once before, John and I both grew up, you know, in the late 70s when the Iran hostage crisis took place, and very much both of us remember when Ted Koppel would come on Nightline, and there was always in the corner a counter telling you what night it was that these people had been held. And this morning I said, that's it. I'm putting Nightline on my chest. Like, that's it. Every single day until these people come home, I'm going to be wearing what day it is. So this is my new fashion statement.
Does it, I mean, these must, and again, it's just a stupid thing to even say, but this is the longest 26 days of your lives. I mean, like, does it feel like a life? I mean, what is it? I mean, I asked you before how you get through each day.
Right. It's a different dimension. It's a different type of time. It's indescribable. The days seem, on the one hand, they seem super duper long, and then when we look back and think of everything that we've done in a day, because we're constantly, you know, throwing darts in every direction and trying every angle or strategy that we can think of and talking to everyone we can. And
I want to add that I'm an entrepreneur. I'm used to working with a plan, a daily plan, and either we hit the plan or we fall behind or we get ahead, but there are milestones and we know how we're doing. Part of the torture of these 26 days is we work all day, every day around the clock, and still, when we lay our heads on the pillow for a few hours at night, I don't know if we've advanced the project of bring home Hirsch and all the hostages. There's no way to know if we are pushing this ball forward towards the goal. It's one element of the frustration, and what makes the days just blend together.
Have you had any more contact with, I'm sorry, Rachel, go ahead.
I was going to say, and there's also, you know, the fear that is every few minutes of, is he alive? You know, is he in pain? Is he getting the care that we hope that somebody gave him? Is he getting the antibiotics that we've been told that he must have? So it's just this constant mind game of what is actually happening.
When I talked to you in Jerusalem, you had made contact with several people who had been in that bomb shelter with Hirsch, where Hamas was tossing grenades in, where I think as many as 17 or 18 people died in that shelter. A number survived. You had talked to, I think, 3 of them. Have you been able to talk to anybody else? Have you gained any more? Did anybody else have any interaction with Hirsch?
It's interesting timing on that question because, first of all, we visit regularly with our friends Moshe and Shira, parents of Aner, who's Hirsch's very close friend, who was killed in the bomb shelter.
Who tossed back, I mean, according to eyewitnesses, he told me...
The acts of heroism that just become more and more clear as time goes on. We were visiting with them yesterday, and 3 of the survivors of the bomb shelter came over to meet Aner's parents and basically to thank them on behalf of Aner for saving their lives. We were there for the meeting, and it was, as you can imagine, quite emotional. And then there are thousands and thousands of stories of the day, October 7th, and how people experienced it and are interwoven. But I was at a meeting last night, and I walked out, and some young woman came over to me and introduced herself and said, "My best friend was in the shelter with your son, and she was killed, but I want you to know that I'm so following this story and so pulling for Hirsch. I need people to just survive from that bomb shelter. And it's just these interwoven stories that keep on happening from that one bomb shelter of 29 people.
That's incredible. Yeah, I think about that a lot. The bomb shelter. Is there anything else, John or Rachel, you want people to know?
My plea, which is kind of why Rachel has the number on her now, is we know that news cycles move quickly, congressional cycles move quickly. We don't have a finger on the pulse of how much are people still talking about the 239 hostages being held in Gaza. But my plea to the world is don't move on from this. Don't forsake these people. Don't forget about these people. Don't let this fall off of the agenda.
Rachel Goldberg, John Poland, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Well, coming up, the increase on tension between students at U.S. colleges as the nation records a spike in anti-Semitic incidents, including the arrest of a Cornell University student who allegedly threatened to, in his words, shoot up a predominantly kosher dining hall.
What if we live to 100? I don't want to outlive our money. I keep eating all these chia seeds. I could live to be 100.
We work at Empower. Even if we do live to 100, we don't have to worry.
Not worried.
Take control of your financial future to empower what's next.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants makes every day a let's dig in day, a chow down day, a take a big bite day, a perfectly delicious day, a love my new teeth day. Because your Clear Choice day is the day everything is back on the menu. A Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
If you have chronic kidney disease, you can reduce the risk of kidney failure with Farxiga, because there are places you'd rather be. Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
Get iPhone 15 Pro with titanium from Boost Infinite and transcend to a wireless utopia where you'll experience unparalleled coverage on America's smart network and save up to 40% on your monthly bill. Infinitely better.
Niece, you are 6. I'm not 6. What do kids like? No clue. Lots of junk, generic toys, forgettable, garbage. But what about Etsy? That's cute. Personalized jacket. I win.
Personalized gifts under $50. Etsy has it.
It's time to vote for CNN Hero of the Year. Support the extraordinary people who are making a difference in our world. Cast 10 votes a day, every day, at cnnheroes.com.
Yellow lines are everywhere, guiding us when we need a little help, giving us a heads up, and warning us before we cross them. So that when life doesn't give us a yellow line,
Can you grab that?
we know what to do. Let's keep it preventable.
If you have ugly yellow toe fungus, let me tell you about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. It's called Crystal Flush. It works from the inside and the outside. I mean, he tried everything. Nothing helped. His toes were nasty. Crystal Flush is the only thing that's worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. And you can try it risk-free. You have nothing to lose. Go check it out now. Go to crystalflush.com.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Moments ago, Cornell University in upstate New York canceled classes Friday. They say it's, quote, in recognition of the extraordinary stress of the past few weeks. Today, a Cornell University student appeared in federal court after his arrest. Authorities say he has admitted to posting threats online to kill members of the school's Jewish community. Patrick Day is a 21-year-old junior at the Ivy League school in upstate New York. Prosecutors say that among his threats was to shoot up the university's predominantly kosher dining hall. In an interview with the New York Post, Day's parents said he has severe depression and no history of violence. Ellie Reeve has more on the threats facing Jewish students on college campuses, as well as the concerns of pro-Palestinian students.
From the river to the sea, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
I'm Palestinian. I have family in Gaza. So this has been an issue that's affected me my entire life. Like, I'm calling them and there's bombs in the background. They need to go somewhere safe.
I have a lot of family and friends in Israel. Just having so much hate thrown at and so much misinformation as well about what's going on, just shared on campus and on social media, has been challenging.
There's tension at hundreds of colleges across the U.S. At Tulane, a fight broke out after someone tried to burn an Israeli flag. At Harvard and Columbia, a doxing truck showed up on campus naming students who allegedly belonged to organizations that released an anti-Israel statement.
I'm shocked at the temperature on campus. I could never have imagined it would be like this. There's a level of, I don't want to say hatred, but anger and fear.
The AEPI, the Jewish fraternity, was hit with a graffiti attack of "The Jews are Nazis" earlier this weekend.
CNN visited 3 campuses where the response to the war has had major consequences. University of Pennsylvania and Drexel, where students were part of a nationwide walkout in support of Palestine, and Cornell, which this weekend faced anti-Semitic threats.
I was on my way to the kosher dining hall when I looked down and saw the threats.
How did you feel?
I mean, it's terrifying. Like, this isn't anything that we thought we would ever have to deal with in the United States.
The posts on a Greek Life website threatened to shoot up a kosher dining hall and kill Jewish students. They were signed Hamas soldier. But on Wednesday, Patrick Dye, a 21-year-old Cornell student, was arraigned on a federal charge for making online threats.
I think that the quick response by the university really did quell a lot of students' fear. I know a lot of people are choosing to do Zoom options for their classes. They're asking for special accommodations because they just don't want to put themselves at risk.
What did you think when these anti-Semitic threats were posted online?
I think those were very hateful things to say. Well, as a Muslim, it's very disturbing to see such hateful comments being made in the name of Allah. I feel like that's very disrespectful. Anti-Semitism will never be accepted in our movement. And hateful comments such as these, whether they be Islamophobic, etc., have no place on our campus or anywhere, really.
Abu Hashim is the head of Cornell Students for Justice in Palestine, a group whose national chapter has drawn a ton of criticism for saying the Hamas attack was a historic victory. And some other college chapters have posted images of paragliders, but Abu Hashim says her group acts independently, and she doesn't get talking points from the national chapter.
Cornell SJP, we make statements based on what our students are feeling, what needs to be said, just having that equal treatment from administration.
Some Muslim students say they're frustrated they're constantly asked to denounce Hamas, that it's a distraction from their message about Palestinians.
There's a lot of concern that pro-Palestinian students are pro-Hamas and pro-terrorist tactics.
Yeah.
Going all the way up to national politicians.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Absolutely not true. My condemnation is inconsequential. I think it's quite racist, Islamophobic, that before I'm allowed to have a view on genocide, I have to condemn a terrorist organization.
But is it so hard to say, like, yeah, I condemn Hamas?
But what does that do? Why is the immediate association, I support Hamas? I can say clearly, categorically, I abhor the killing of all civilians, no matter where they are, who does it. We don't go around asking white people, do you condemn the KKK? Why is the assumption that you'll be in support of the KKK in the first place?
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, heard in many campus protests, has become a lightning rod.
Free Palestine is when Palestinians can live with food, water, electricity, have the equal rights that all humans deserve.
You're completely ignoring the fact that people chanting that have lost all their family members, have had neighborhoods wiped out.
Many Jewish student leaders see the chant as a threat, a call for Jewish genocide in Israel.
From the river to the sea, the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, Palestine will be free. Free of what? Free from who? What will happen to the people who live there? That to me sounds like a call for genocide or an ethnic cleansing, and that really does terrify me, honestly.
chanting slogans of from the river to the sea and intifada, right, is never going to invite a conversation with Jewish students of, hey, look at me, I'm also experiencing suffering as a result of the events in Israel.
What from the river to the sea means is that Palestinians will live freely in that region away from settler violence. That's not calling for the extermination of Jewish people.
This localization, it works two ways. I mean, I don't hear people talking about Israeli violence pre-October 7th. I'm not hearing it. If the term makes you uncomfortable, then ask why it makes you uncomfortable.
There's violence being inflicted on Palestinians.
The students at the heart of this remain proud of who they are.
In my lifetime, it may never change, but I feel encouraged. But at the end of the day, I feel like we are on the right side of history, and I can go to bed quite comfortably.
I'm very, very proud to be a Jewish student on this campus, seeing the resiliency of my community, seeing the unity of my community. It really has only strengthened me in my pride since October 7th, and I hope that that will continue for a very, very long time.
And Hillary joins us now. What about the role of social media in all this?
Well, these protests aren't local anymore. They're filmed and then they spread immediately across the internet. And in the same way, like, a threat made on no matter how obscure a website can be seen immediately by all the students. That's made them really scared. Many were afraid to talk to us. One student told us that his dad had joked, "Don't go on CNN because he won't be able to get a job." These kids are just 19 and 20 and they're still figuring out what they think.
Hillary, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman joins me to talk about the funding fight on Capitol Hill over the war. Goldman was in Tel Aviv on October 7th with his family when the Hamas attacks began.
Now's the time for cleaner indoor air with an air duct cleaning from Stanley Steamer. You've known us for carpet cleaning, but we've been cleaning air ducts for over 20 years. We do things the right way, cleaning your entire system. So if you need an air duct cleaning, call 1-800-STEAMER today.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
COPD isn't pretty. I'm out of breath and often out of the picture. But this is my story. And with Once Daily Trelegy, it can still be beautiful. Because with 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Trelegy also improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
What a wonderful... Ask your doctor about Once Daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
That first time you take a step back.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy, with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
Shopping online comes with digital threats. So turn on NordVPN. Steer clear of phishing websites and encrypt your online traffic. Get the deal now.
Being a journalist is the best job in the world. Asking challenging questions of the folks who run the world.
Is Ukraine going to win this war?
Yes, of course. You ready?
The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, tomorrow at 4.
Welcome to Marco's Going Away Party.
Who's Marco?
Exactly. Technically, Wendy only met Marco 8 days ago while searching for freelance web developers on Fiverr. But there was something about it, his museum-worthy portfolio, his impeccable reputation, and the incredible website that he delivered on time and on budget. So while it's true no one has ever actually met Marco, he'll always have a place in their next project. Expand your team with a Fiverr freelancer.
Hey, Emma.
We need a mattress, right?
Yeah.
I've been doing a little research.
Little?
The Safa Classic has 2 layers of springs that contour to your body.
Nice. But...
It has a 3-inch Euro pillow top, Dan. And it's half the price of retail.
But I just wanted to know about dinner.
Look at this premium quality. And it's half the price of retail stores.
I'm Wolf Blitzer in Tel Aviv, Israel, and this is CNN.
For New York Congressman Dan Goldman, Israel's war against Hamas is personal. He was in the Tel Aviv hotel with his family on October 7th when the attacks began. They ran for shelter in a stairwell several times as rocket fire targeted the city. They were able to get out of Israel safely. Now on Capitol Hill, there's a fight brewing over U.S. funding for Israel's war, with new House Speaker Mike Johnson calling for a $14.3 billion standalone bill paid for by cuts in that amount to the Internal Revenue Service with no money for Ukraine. Democratic Congressman Goldman joins me now. So what is the fate of U.S. aid to Israel, and for that matter to Ukraine, if the new Republican House Speaker is so far apart from what McConnell and Schumer want?
Well, this new speaker is not starting off on a good note. This is an incredibly cynical political bill designed to score political points at the expense of our democratic ally, Israel, and to condition precedents or to condition offsets or anything on emergency funding for Israel or any other country is unprecedented. And we will not allow them to use Israel as a political cudgel. You mentioned, Anderson, that I was there. This may be politics for the Republican Party, but this is very personal for me and Jews all around the world. Israel is the only Jewish country, and we are still reeling from the impacts of the horrific terrorist attacks 26 days ago. My son asked my wife tonight, just tonight, 26 days later, whether the terrorists allowed the children to pack their bags when they were going to Gaza. And then he realized, no, of course not, because they didn't know how many days they would stay there. And he finally asked, but do they give them pajamas to sleep in? This is my 6-year-old son, Anderson. This is not a political game that we're talking about here. We need to be unified behind President Biden in supporting Israel with everything that we have.
President Biden was at an event earlier. He was interrupted. It was a closed-door fundraiser tonight by a protester calling for a ceasefire. According to reporters in the room, the president responded in part, quote, "I think we need a pause. A pause means give time to get the prisoners out." Is that something you agree with?
Well, if Hamas is willing to get the prisoners out, of course. They should be turning over the hostages, and that should be our focus right now. The notion of a ceasefire makes no sense. That would mean some sort of peace agreement with Hamas. There was a ceasefire prior to October 7th, and we saw what Hamas did with that time and how they viewed that ceasefire. Hamas cannot be trusted as a peaceful security partner in a two-state solution. They're a terrorist organization, and a ceasefire would only give them time to reload and rearm and wreak havoc again on Israel, because their sole goal is to kill Jews and eliminate Israel. They cannot remain in power in Gaza, and a ceasefire would just enable them to do so.
You've seen the Jabalia refugee camp struck twice now, second time in as many days. The Israelis say that they were targeting Hamas leadership, that on the first strike, that they killed a major Hamas commander in an underground tunnel. The UN Human Rights Office is saying it's concerned the strikes on Jabalia, quote, could amount to war crimes. What do you say to that?
Well, look, it is absolutely devastating to see so many innocent civilians who are dying in Gaza. And I certainly wish that Hamas did not put their military installations, their terrorists, their entire network intentionally among the civilians to use them as human shields. But Israel, of course, has to abide by international law, and I'm sure there will be more information that comes out about it. But Anderson, I would add about this bill that you mentioned, it also does not include humanitarian aid that the president recommended and requested for both Israel, where there are 250,000 refugees, as well as Gaza, which desperately needs some humanitarian assistance from the entire international community. So the Republicans are not only refusing to provide aid to Ukraine, are conditioning in an unprecedented way aid to Israel, but also refuse to provide humanitarian aid that is so desperately needed in the region.
Do you think Prime Minister Netanyahu should accept some responsibility as the heads of military intelligence agencies have in Israel for the failures that led up to October 7th?
Well, look, I think there's going to be a deep dive and after-action report on what went wrong, because clearly a lot went wrong. It's premature right now to say who ultimately was responsible, and our urgent need right now is to get those hostages back and to defeat Hamas so that Israel can once again live in peace and security, which is their right to do. So I'm sure there's going to be a deep analysis, and we will learn what happened, but we don't know now, and now's not the right time to be doing that investigation.
Congressman Dan Goldman, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, I'm going to make you feel good about humanity in these difficult times. Meet the top 10 CNN heroes of 2023. Just announced them today, each of them making a real difference in their community. You can also learn how to help choose the CNN Hero of the Year coming up.
Struggling with the highs and lows of bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms with Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full-spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano.
You're replacing me?
Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity.
He doesn't even have a mustache. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
She found it. The feeling of finding the psoriasis treatment she's been looking for. Sotyktu is the first of its kind, once daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis for the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding that outfit psoriasis tried to hide from you, or finding your swimsuit is ready for prime time. Dad, once daily Sotyktu is proven to get more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors. Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. Ask your dermatologist about Sotyktu for clearer skin. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
At SimpliSafe, our advanced security sensors and cameras protect your whole home, all powered by 24/7 professional monitoring and Fast Protect technology for faster police response. Now get 50% off a new SimpliSafe system. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Did you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
Do you shop for vitamins at Walmart? Force Factor products powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Unleash your potential with Force Factor at Walmart.
I'm Zachary Cohen in Washington, and this is CNN.
There's a serial killer on Highway 20. The case begins to shift.
We know who did this. We know what happened.
Lost women of Highway 20. Sunday at 9 on ID.
Well, now to something we hope will inspire you in these difficult times. Each year, we're proud to salute our CNN heroes, everyday people who are committing their lives to making the world a better and safer place. Well, today we announced the top 10 CNN heroes of 2023. Take a look. From Washington, D.C., Yasmin Arrington grew up with a father who was in and out of prison. Today, her scholarship and mentorship program is helping children of incarcerated parents succeed. In Ghana, Ose Boateng's mobile medical clinic is delivering essential health care to remote communities where hospitals are often hours away. From Fayetteville, North Carolina, Stacy Buckner and her converted off-road vehicle provide showers, laundry services, and meals to local homeless vets. In the Florida Keys, Mike Goldberg recruits an army of recreational divers to help heal our oceans by transplanting coral and restoring dying reefs. In northern Montana, Tesha Hawley is providing a healthcare lifeline to her remote Native American community. She offers free patient transportation and fresh food to people on her reservation. From New York City, former school teacher Alvin Irby's innovative reading program is strengthening the literacy of African American boys in neighborhood barbershops across the country. From Burlington, Vermont, after his brother Kevin suffered a traumatic brain injury, Adam Pierce witnessed the healing power of yoga and meditation. He now shares that power at transformative retreats for TBI patients and their caregivers. From Los Angeles, Estefania Revajon uses buses transformed into mobile classrooms to provide education and stability to migrant children living in shelters along the U.S.-Mexico border. In Detroit, the hit-and-run death of her 2-year-old son inspired Mama Shu to transform her neighborhood. By purchasing abandoned lots and providing needed services, she's built a flourishing eco-village. And from San Diego, California, veterinarian Dr. Quan Stewart brings free medical care to the pets of people who are experiencing homelessness across the country. 10 remarkable people who prove that one person really can make a difference. You can help decide which one of them will become the CNN Hero of the Year. Go to CNNheroes.com. You get 10 votes per day, every day, to help the heroes that inspire you the most. I hope you join me and celebrate all of this year's honorees when I host the 17th Annual CNN Heroes and All-Star Tribute on Sunday, December 10th. It's an uplifting special event you won't want to miss. Once again, congratulations to the top 10 CNN Heroes of 2023. That's it for us. I'll see you tomorrow. The news continues. The Source with Caitlin Collins is next.
CNN Heroes is brought to you by ServPro, the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration.
When you're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration, how do you make like it never even happened happen? Woo! Yeah! Like being prepared for anything!
ServPro, like it never even happened. It's incredible what my Food Saver vacuum sealer can do. Easy meal prep. Amazing how fresh the salmon is. Food stays fresh up to 5 times longer, saving me thousands in groceries. Food Saver saves money, time, and flavor.
Hey, Dad, would you rather time travel to the past or the future?
That's easy. I'll dial the time back to 20 minutes so I can eat this ham, turkey, and beef roast all over again.
But you could just go back to the holiday buffet right now.
But then I would get the time travel.
Let's go way back. I want to ride a pterodactyl.
What? You tripping right now. I done sat at the wrong table again. Where is my real family, Adam?
Get iPhone 15 Pro with titanium from Boost Infinite and transcend to a wireless utopia where you'll experience unparalleled coverage on America's smart network and save up to 40% on your monthly bill. Infinitely better.
Mom, what's that?
Nothing. Just get in the car. Let's go. Come on.
Who did that?
Get in right now.
You painted or something? Hi, Mr. Cody.
leak urine when I coughed, laughed, or exercised. I couldn't even enjoy playing with my kids.
I leaked too. I just assumed it was normal.
Then we learned about Bulkamid, an FDA-approved non-drug solution for our condition.
It really works, and it lasts for years. It's been the best thing we've done for our families.
Visit findyourrelief.com to find an expert physician near you. Ask if Bulkamid is right for you and discuss potential risks. Results and experiences may vary. Move beyond the leaks.
The Serrano name has always been something we're proud of. It's why we show it off on our lowriders and why we wear our name on our chains. We come from people we can be proud of. From SoCal to our family in Texas to back home in Jalisco. Seeing all the places I come from, I know if it's a Serrano, it's something to be proud of. I take it all with me, and I always will.
Give the gift of family heritage with Ancestry. RSV is out there. For those 60 years and older, protect against RSV with Arexvy. Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. Arexvy does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients. Those with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects are injection site pain, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint pain.
I chose Arexvy.
RSV? Make it Arexvy.
Car Gurus. Shop, buy, sell online.
Realtor.com's Real View maps show you precise wildfire, flood, and noise ratings on every home listing.
Don't all apps do that?
Not really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
Tonight, straight from the source, a major breakthrough as the first Americans and other foreigners are able to finally evacuate war-torn Gaza. Plus, a second strike on the largest refugee camp there for the second day in a row. We'll ask a top Israeli official why the IDF hit the same area again. And here at home, Donald Trump Jr. on the witness stand at his family's fraud trial. I'm Caitlin Collins, and this is The Source. Moments ago, President Biden called for a pause in Gaza to allow for the release of more hostages. This after he was interrupted by a protester, a rabbi, at a closed-door fundraiser in Minneapolis tonight. But his administration has been clear, saying that they rule out the idea of endorsing a ceasefire, as you have seen some in the international community call for one. We'll have more on President Biden's response in a moment. But all of this is coming after the first evacuations of people from Gaza. More than 2 million people have been trapped. The conditions there have been described as nothing short of hellish. Deaths continuing to climb. There is little food or water to be found. A small number of Americans were among the hundreds that were allowed to leave through that Rafah crossing into Egypt today. President Biden says that's a result of intense diplomacy and that the White House is working, quote, nonstop to get more Americans out. Most civilians have remained trapped, though, as Israeli ground forces have been moving in and airstrikes over Gaza have continued. That same refugee camp that you heard about yesterday, the Jabalia camp that was hit again today, 24 hours after a large number of civilians that were killed, in addition, according to the IDF, to a top Hamas commander. This is the before and after of that area. You can see the devastation that has happened. Israel claims that it struck a Hamas command and control complex and reiterates that they have been warning civilians to leave this area. This is what the IDF said about hitting that camp again.
You're referring to a second strike. I think a more correct depiction of it would be that there's ongoing fighting. We are fighting an enemy that is embedded in each and every house. There's tunnels everywhere, and it's an active combat zone. This is a Hamas stronghold. It's not a refugee camp. It is a Hamas stronghold.
More on what Israel is doing in a moment. Wolf Blitzer is live on the ground in Tel Aviv. And Wolf, I understand that there is a lot of activity, some explosions that we are seeing happening in Gaza right now. What can you tell us?
Well, you can see the skyline over Gaza right there. This is from our camera. That's not far from Gaza in Sderot. And you can see the lights going on. Clearly, the Israelis are not pausing in their continuing airstrikes against what they describe as major Hamas sites, not only elsewhere in Gaza, but including in those refugee camps, especially the largest refugee camp, where there have been 2 major Israeli airstrikes over the past 2 days alone. The Israelis are not going to pause. They're not going to accept a ceasefire. They see this, as the Prime Minister said, a war that potentially could lead to Israel's extinction, and they're going to just try to do the best they can to destroy Hamas, and they're going in full speed ahead.
Yeah, Wolf, and I mean, you pressed the IDF on this yesterday. The idea that, yes, they say that Hamas commanders are there, that this is this command and control center. We can hear what's happening in Gaza. Just to let our viewers know, that's what they're looking at. This is exactly what is happening at this moment. It is 3 a.m. there in Gaza. You can hear the activity. What's clear, Wolf, is despite the growing criticism of the civilians that are being caught in the middle of this, I mean, Israel does not appear to be slowing its activity in Gaza at all.
No, they're not slowing it down at all. They're going to be moving quickly on the ground and from the air, and maybe even from the sea. They've got a mission, and they're determined to try to succeed and to eliminate Hamas as a potential threat down the road to Israel as a result of what happened on October 7th. They're moving quickly, and they're not going to accept either a ceasefire or even a so-called pause. They see that basically as the same thing. They want to get the job done. They want to get it done as quickly as possible. If you speak to Israeli officials, as I have, they're making that abundantly clear.
Yeah, and Wolf, I just want to pause for a moment and let everyone see what is happening in Gaza and just listen to what we're hearing right now. And Wolf, I mean, this is coming as what we're seeing, you know, not just these airstrikes happening tonight, but also what's shifting here is we heard from a senior Israeli official today in the military saying these forces are on the ground. They are approaching. They're at the gates of Gaza City, he said.
They're moving quickly on the ground. This is a major Israeli military operation. Remember, Caitlin, the Israelis in the days immediately after October 7th, the terror attack in Israel, not far from Gaza, the Israeli military mobilized more than 300,000 reservists. And they're now active duty. They're on the ground over there. Some are already inside Gaza, but many of them are waiting to move inside. So this is a full-scale military operation that they're engaged in, and they see this as part of their effort to destroy Hamas and to protect Israel from any future attacks similar to the one that occurred on October 7th. So they're not going to stop.
Yeah, Wolf Blitzer on the ground in Tel Aviv. We'll continue to check back in with you as there are updates. With me here in studio, Axios reporter Brock Ravid, who is deeply sourced in the Middle East. I mean, and what we're seeing in Gaza happening right now, I mean, it's 3 a.m. there. This is kind of what's been happening every night. There is no pause happening right now, and I think it's notable given what President Biden said tonight at this closed-door fundraiser. He was being shouted down from a rabbi calling for a ceasefire. He talked about a pause, but, I mean, it's not totally clear if that will happen, what it'll look like.
Yeah, I think we need to differentiate between a ceasefire, that this is basically, something which is pretty long, at least a few days, that might lead to a total cessation of hostilities. This is not in the cards, okay? When Biden speaks about a pause, he speaks about something that Israel is actually already doing on the ground without saying it. For example, today when the ambulances came in and took 80 wounded Palestinians to Egypt, and every day when the trucks are coming in, there is an unofficial pause that Israel stops a lot of its military operations in southern Gaza to allow that to happen. But what Biden is talking about, I think what the White House is trying to achieve is at least several hour pause in the entire Gaza Strip that will create some sort of conditions that will allow the departure of Americans from Gaza, because a lot of them are still scattered around the Gaza Strip.
Hundreds.
And I think it's also close to 1,000 people. And also create a sort of atmosphere that might allow some sort of a release of hostages. I'm not sure if that's possible, but that's what the White House is looking for.
And so when he says, quote, and this is Biden tonight, I'm the guy that convinced Bibi, his nickname, to call for a ceasefire, to let the prisoners out. I'm the guy that talked to Sisi, the Egyptian president, to convince him to open the door. you think that's what he's referencing?
I think so. You know, I read the transcript of this, and it seems to me like Biden talking off the cuff. And
he never does that.
He never. So I wouldn't take like every word. For example, he uses the word prisoners and not the word hostages or things like that. So again, I think what the White House is trying to achieve is a period of 6 hours, 8 hours. That's a long enough period of time, again, to get Americans out, not only Americans, also foreign nationals. We saw a first tranche of this happening today. You can't get all those people out if you don't have a few hours of pause.
And what we're seeing happening on the ground, as far as Israel's clearly continuing to hit Gaza tonight, we're looking at these live pictures right now. The Israeli commander saying our forces are at the gates of Gaza City. That is where we're expecting it to be, that real urban warfare that we've heard so many Israeli experts and former officials there say it's going to be ugly, it's going to be brutal. They've already lost 16 IDF soldiers. I mean, how much more do you think they're bracing for?
So I think what we still don't see is exactly that. The ground operation, we see some pictures, some very short videos, but on the ground right now in Gaza, both in northern Gaza Strip and in the center of Gaza Strip, so from both sides, both from the north and the south, there are 3 armored infantry divisions of the IDF. That's more than 30,000 soldiers.
So they're surrounding it.
They're surrounding it. It's hundreds of tanks, armored personnel vehicles. This is a huge thing. We still don't see it because the Israelis are keeping it ambiguous for all sorts of reasons. But they are very close. As the commander said, that they're at the gates of Gaza City. They are going to, I think, either tomorrow, the next day, to start getting into Gaza City. And this is where things get really difficult because this is a densely urban area. And then from every house, from every corner, there can be anti-tank missiles. There could be IEDs. This is very, very dangerous.
And do you think they are they're ready for, I mean, they won't call it a ground invasion.
Not yet. Not yet.
You think they will eventually?
I think eventually. I mean, I think at a certain point, when you see something and you see it's a ground invasion, it doesn't matter if you call it an invasion, if you don't call it an invasion. And this is not something that will take, like, they're not there for a few hours. They're not there for 2 or 3 days. This is going to be a long thing.
Yeah. Barak Ravid, great reporting. We'll continue to bring that here on The Source. Thank you for that. Of course, the Rafah crossing that I mentioned is a spot. It's a 8-mile fence. On one side, it's millions of people who are trapped in Gaza tonight. On the other side is Egypt's Sinai Desert. It is now the only way in for food, for water, for supplies. It's the only way out for people who do have another passport to get them to another country. And I'm joined now by a senior advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the former Israeli ambassador to the United Kingdom, Mark Regev. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for being here. Is Israel committed to making sure that the Rafah crossing stays open so these crossings can continue?
We are indeed, and we're hopeful that we'll see more people be leaving in the coming days. Obviously, we're talking first and foremost about the nationals with 2 passports. The dual nationals who have a foreign passport, and of course, now that the Egyptians have established a field hospital on the Rafah side, on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing, we're hopeful that people who need that hospital attention, need health care, can go there too. We're hopeful that other countries will be augmenting the Egyptians and we'll see further field hospitals there on the Egyptian side of the crossing.
And our understanding was that Americans, in large part, I know there are a few people who got through today, doctors, will be crossing on Thursday. Can you explain why that is? And is that your understanding as well, that Americans, most of them out of Gaza, will be allowed to leave on Thursday?
From our point of view, this should have been done weeks ago, at the very beginning of the conflict. I remember this issue was first raised by Secretary Blinken when he was here on his first visit, and that was just a few days after the conflict had started. So from our point of view, this was something that we wanted to happen a while ago. It took us a while to make this happen, primarily because Hamas caused a lot of problems. Only because of pressure on Hamas, I think, have they agreed now for the exit of the people with the foreign passports.
Well, Israel, of course, was part of those negotiations as well. There were some concerns over when Israeli airstrikes and where they were hitting. But I do want to ask you, because the IDF confirmed today that the Jabalia refugee camp has been hit for a second time. Of course, that comes after yesterday. The IDF said a strike there killed a Hamas commander, but we also know it killed civilians as well. Why did Israel strike again here? And do you know how many civilians have been killed in this area as a result of these strikes yesterday and today?
So we know we've taken out a senior Hamas commander who was directly involved in the massacre of October 7th. As you will recall, there were rapes, there were beheadings, there were people burnt alive, burned so badly until today we've got 130 bodies that we can't recognize who they are. They're just ashes. Anyone who was involved, especially a commander of the operation, we have a duty to find them and to bring them to justice. And we have meted out very, very speedy justice with this individual.
But to the question of why did Israel strike a second time today, and do you have an estimate of how many civilians were killed as a result of these strikes yesterday and today?
So I can't tell you. I know that we've hit senior Hamas commanders and we've hit many Hamas terrorists. That's our goal. In the Jabalia camp, subterranean, your pictures are only showing what's above ground for obvious reasons. But underneath there, you have a spider web of tunnels, of bunkers, of fortifications, an underground city, which Hamas has built over the years, of course, stealing the cement and the electricity and so forth from the people of Gaza. And in building those fortifications, that's an integral part of their military machine, and we are about to destroy that military machine. If we need to attack it again, we'll attack it again.
Okay, but you're not acknowledging how many. I assume Israel does have an estimate of how many civilians were killed. I assume you have an estimate of how many civilians are there when you make a calculus on when to strike. Tell me if that's wrong. But when you decide on striking targets that you say are military targets but are also where civilians are, I mean, how many civilian deaths does Israel believe are acceptable in an airstrike if it is a military target?
So obviously we try to keep any collateral damage to a minimum as possible. And the advantage of this particular location is that it has been largely, not totally, but largely evacuated, because we were telling people there 2 weeks ago longer that they should evacuate that area, that there will be fighting. And that whole area around Gaza City, including the refugee camp, about 800,000 people have moved to the south as we requested, and more so in the last few days as the ground operation started. And so we think there, of course, are civilians still in the area. We're making a great effort to distinguish between them and Hamas. But the good news is that the huge civilian population that used to be there has vacated.
But do you know how many were killed?
I can't tell you exactly because I don't know.
What about an
Of course, the numbers that come out from the Hamas-controlled Ministry of Health are of course, high, but we don't believe them.
So what number do
you look at those statistics, we've never hit a single terrorist. We only hit civilians. That's, of course, obviously mendacious.
You don't believe their number. I obviously understand why it's controlled by Hamas. It's putting out these figures, but what number? I haven't heard a number from Israel. What number?
We don't have it. We can't give you a precise number, and I don't want to give a number irresponsibly. I can say the following: most of the civilians left that location before we struck. I'm not denying there are a few there. But we've hit a primary Hamas target. We've taken out a Hamas leader. We've taken out many, many Hamas fighters. That was the goal of our operation. And casualties, if there were civilian casualties, surely that has to be based on Hamas, because the Geneva Convention is clear. If a combatant turns a civilian area into a war zone, in other words, if he's placed his military machine inside a civilian neighborhood, he has in fact endangered the civilians, because according to the Geneva Convention, the additional protocol, Article 13,
I understand
by doing so, he's made it a legitimate target. Now, even though we have a legal right to do so, under the laws of war, to attack a legitimate Hamas target, we still made an effort, told all the civilians, please vacate the location, and I'm happy to tell you that the overwhelming majority of Gaza's civilians in that location have in fact left.
Yeah.
The number of civilians left there is small.
Ambassador,
we don't want to hurt them.
I will say, Ambassador, a lot of them feel like they don't have places to go, certainly not safe places. But as far as what Israel is doing on the ground in Gaza, the military said earlier today that Israeli ground forces, they have advanced to the gates of Gaza City. Are Israeli forces inside Gaza City right now?
I can't answer that question. We're not giving those sort of operational details out publicly, for obvious reasons, because Hamas is watching also CNN and they want any information they can about where our forces are and what operations are upcoming. We won't get that sort of information out, other than to say we are committed to the mission. We will destroy Hamas's military machine. We'll do everything we can to get our hostages out, and we will push this through to its end. And the end is an end of Hamas rule in Gaza and the destruction of the Hamas military machine. We will not allow, Caitlin, we simply will not allow again the sort of massacre that they perpetrated against us on October 7th. Never again. And we'll prevent that from happening by destroying their capacity, their capability to inflict that sort of massacre upon our people.
It's very clear that your own military is saying that they are on the ground there. We've seen them going into Gaza in this second phase of this campaign. Can you explain why Israel is hesitant or just is refusing to call it a ground invasion?
Well, we've obviously got ground forces inside the Gaza Strip. I think what we call it is immaterial. If you want to call it an invasion, you can call it what you want. But we are there on the ground to take on Hamas, to defeat Hamas, to end the rule of Hamas in Gaza. And ultimately, our objective is, of course, good for Israel because we're going to free the people of southern Israel from this constant threat of this ISIS-type terrorist organization. But at the same time, I ultimately believe that it's good for the people of Gaza too, who deserve better. For 16 years, Hamas has ruled Gaza, and what have they brought for the people of Gaza? Only suffering, pain, and impoverishment. The people of Gaza deserve better, surely.
Ambassador Mark Regev, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for having me.
One of the Americans who was lucky to make it out of Gaza today, a Seattle doctor, a volunteer who's making prosthetics for children in Gaza, is safe tonight. Her nephew is here with me next. Also today, here in New York, Donald Trump Jr. was on the stand in the fraud trial that is threatening his father's business empire. What prosecutors wanted to know from him and what he told them, that's also ahead.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Millions of people have put Super Beats blood pressure support supplements to the test, and the reviews set us apart. We're Super Beats by Human, the only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beat brand for heart health support. Now at select Sam's Clubs and other leading retailers.
My mental health was much better, but I struggled with uncontrollable movements called TD, tardive dyskinesia. TD can be caused by some mental health meds.
And it's unlikely to improve without treatment. I felt like my movements were in the spotlight.
#1 prescribed Ingrezza is the only TD treatment for adults that's always one pill once daily. Ingrezza 80 milligram is proven to reduce TD movements in 7 out of 10 people. People taking Ingrezza can stay on most mental health meds. Ingrezza can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, behaviors, feelings, or have thoughts of suicide. Don't take Ingrezza if you're allergic to its ingredients. Ingrezza may cause serious side effects, including angioedema, potential heart rhythm problems, and abnormal movements. Report fevers, stiff muscles, or problems thinking, as these may be life-threatening. Sleepiness is the most common side effect.
It's nice. People focus more on me.
Ask your doctor about #1 prescribed once daily Ingrezza.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
How do we decide what hotel to book? Fear not, I got you. Choice Hotels has a hotel for every type of stay. Like a comfort with the kiddos. Spacious. That's what they all say. Stay twice and get a free night when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
Do you have missing teeth? Reset Smile is a life changer.
I used to be afraid to smile, and now I can't stop smiling. Reset Smile is an affordable way to replace your missing teeth from home at a fraction of the cost of dental implants.
You get an impression kit sent to your home, and you mail it back. No trip to the dentist whatsoever.
They fit my mouth perfectly, the color matched up perfectly. I can eat with Reset Smile just as normally as regular teeth.
The best thing is, you get your confidence back.
Reset your smile. Learn more at resetsmile.com.
Hi, I'm Sharon, and I lost 52 pounds on Golo.
On other diets, I could barely lose 10 to 15 pounds. Thanks to Golo, I've lost 27% of my body weight, and it was easy.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
Everyday products designed smarter.
Like a smart coffee grinder
That orders fresh beans for you.
oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart
A
ideas.
brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
Tonight, 2 American doctors who were stranded in Gaza have safely been evacuated into Egypt. One of them is 71-year-old Dr. Ramona Okumura, who left Gaza through the Rafah border crossing early this morning. She's a retired pediatric orthopedic specialist from Seattle. She's been making prosthetics for children and teaching others how to make them for the last 7 years as a volunteer. Her nephew shared with us her last text that she sent just as she was arriving into Egypt. It reads, quote, "Love to everyone who helps me get out. Pray for the people of Gaza who now don't have us as shields from harm. Good night." And her nephew, Nicholas Payne, joins me now. Nick, I'm so glad that you're here. I mean, it must be such a relief to know that she's safe, that she's coming home, and that she was able to make it out.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And I mean, there's just this weight lifted off of me. This weight has been lifted off from the entire family, that every single day we've just been on bated breath waiting for her next text message to make sure that she's fine, and to know that she's finally through the border and on to a safer place in Cairo now is just incredibly relieving.
Yeah, and the last you heard from her was when she was on that shuttle bus?
And then we know that she arrived at a hotel in Cairo.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine the contact has been so limited. Comms in Gaza have been disrupted. They're, we believe, disrupted tonight, disrupted several times. What was she kind of describing what she was seeing to you and your family?
I mean, I think what really struck us the most was that at times she would do these audio messages where she would just hold up her phone and then you would just hear bombs going off, whether Hamas rockets or Israeli military missiles. And just hearing it and then having her explain that these were rattling the window shades, it was just very terrifying. And that's on top of them having limited food, limited water, and just a lot of illnesses going around.
And she's a doctor. She's there to help people. I know she volunteered in Gaza a lot. She got a little disrupted because of the pandemic, but obviously you want her to be safe. But I imagine it's probably difficult for her to leave, given she was working with children in Gaza and what we're seeing happen to those children now.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have any children, but in a sense she has thousands of children. I mean, I have, in a past life, I've gotten to go with her to piano recitals for children that she's made prosthetics for. And that's just the type of medical specialist that she is. She doesn't want to just make a limb for a child. She wants to be part of their lives, to do what she can to help them go to school, run, play, and just be kids. Because, I mean, whether that's a kid in Seattle or a kid in Gaza, that's a kid that just wants to, grow up and be happy.
She sounds like such a special person. We're glad that she's safe and glad that you came to join us. So keep us updated when you do hear more from her.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Dr. Ramona Okumura, we're wishing the best for her. Of course, up next, we'll get more on the ground in Gaza, what's happening there. Also tonight, the Trump family begins taking the stand at the civil fraud trial that could ultimately derail the Trump organization. First up was Donald Trump Jr., what he told prosecutors, and which of his siblings will be in that seat next.
Meet Martha. Martha is 75 years old and has been on Medicare for 10 years now. But she's a bit cranky because she heard the 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available during the Medicare annual enrollment period. And she wants details.
I'm already on Medicare. Why should I call and check up on my Medicare plan?
Hi, Martha. Plans and benefits can change each and every year. That's why it's important to call to get your free 2024 Medicare benefits checkup.
I already have my Medicare card. I am not calling.
Martha, Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available, so everyone on Medicare can call to see if a Medicare Advantage plan may be better for you. You can even call to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the coming year.
They probably won't answer the phone.
Well, Martha, if you call 800-882-0987, a licensed insurance agent will speak with you and look up your plan options and see if there is a plan that will better fit your healthcare needs.
Why don't I get these automatically?
Martha, 2024 plans are now available, but you won't get a 2024 Medicare Advantage plan automatically.
I think I called before, so I'm not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2024 plans are now available, so now's the time to call. So everyone on Medicare should call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period and get your free Medicare benefits checkup today. Just call the toll-free number on your screen. It's free.
Free?
Yes, Martha. The call and no obligation Medicare benefits checkup is free. They can look up your plan options and let you know if you're eligible to enroll in a 2024 Medicare Advantage plan, available in your zip code. Call now and we will see what plans may be best for you.
It's time for me to call and get my free, no obligation Medicare benefits review.
That's right, Martha. I should have just given you the toll-free number. It's on everyone's TV screen now. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987.
It's time to vote for CNN Hero of the Year. Support the extraordinary people who are making a difference in our world. Cast 10 votes a day, every day, at cnnheroes.com.
The Navy League of Canada is welcoming new cadets to join our youth program for 9 to 12-year-olds. Navy League cadets discover the thrill of the sea and the joy of lifelong friendships. Develop leadership skills, discipline, and resilience that will shape their future. Visit our website or call us today to learn about the exciting journey of Navy League cadets and the oceans of opportunities. Ask a parent before going online. The Navy League of Canada, empowering the leaders of tomorrow.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I have an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Skechers Beach Casuals.
Donald Trump Jr. on the witness stand in court today in the $250 million civil fraud trial that is threatening the very existence of his father's empire. Donald Trump Jr. was pressed by prosecutors on the scope of his involvement in the company's financial statements. He's not done testifying yet, but he also is not expected to be the last of his family members to take the stand. Joining me tonight, CNN legal analyst Karen Friedman-Agnifilo, who is also the former chief assistant district attorney here in Manhattan. And I'm so glad you're here because, I mean, this was just day one. We just got like a little bit of Donald Trump Jr. and what this looks like. He denied having involvement in these financial statements, but he did acknowledge that he had had conversations with the others at the company that could have played a role into that. How does that work? You know, is that suitable for what the judge is hearing, what others in the court are hearing?
Well, first of all, the judge has to decide whether he credits what Don Jr. is saying. I mean, don't forget this is a man who went to Wharton Business School, one of the best business schools. He was the president of the company. And so either he is not qualified to run and be an officer of a large institution that deals with properties and money, etc., or he might not be telling the truth according to the judge, depending on what they decide. But it seems a little strange that everyone's kind of saying it's not me, it's him, it's not me, it's him, it's not me, it's him. And with Don Jr. in particular, I think just given his educational background and his level at the company, I think it's a little bit straining to think that he wasn't more involved.
So when he says, you know, accounting at 101 in the 90s was kind of his like grasp of experience with that, do you think that's something that they see as credible?
I don't think these are complex financial financial considerations that are going on here. These are pretty simple concepts, right? These are things like, how big is the apartment? Is it 30,000 square feet or is it 10,000 square feet? Are you taking into consideration the fact that they're rent-controlled apartments, or are they all at full market value apartments? I mean, just common sense things that I think are things that he would know. Everybody knows. Everybody can understand that. So again, either the lights were on and nobody's home, or he's not telling the truth. It just makes no sense.
Well, and he's not the only of the former president's kids to be testifying. I mean, he's back on the stand tomorrow. His brother, Eric Trump, is also going to be there. Ivanka Trump is supposed to be there, but she's scheduling, filing an appeal to try to get out of her testimony. I mean, what is, looking at all of their testimony and Donald Trump himself's testimony, how does that all figure into what the result of this looks like?
I think at a certain point, if everybody's pointing the finger at somebody else, but the buck doesn't stop anywhere, I think that's going to be one of the things that the judge, who's the fact finder here, because there's no jury, right? This is a bench trial. I think that could be one of the things he decides to look at and say, does this make sense? I mean, don't forget, this is a very successful business operation. Donald Trump tells us every day how successful he has been in business. You don't get that way without having some level of competence, I don't think. So I just think it'll be interesting to see who can finally take responsibility for this. Somebody has to, right? Somebody made up these numbers, made up these figures, and valued things a certain way. And I think it'll be interesting to see who the judge credits to determine who that will be.
And do you think Ivanka will win her appeal, or what's your sense of that?
It's really interesting. I actually read the minutes from the hearing, and a lot of it's very technical, saying, look, you didn't serve me properly, I don't live in New York, etc. But on the other hand, what they're saying is, no, you had relevant testimony. You have businesses in New York. And so if there's relevant testimony to be had, and the judge finds that, I think she'll be testifying. But they did give her a chance to appeal it, which is why her testimony isn't scheduled until next Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll see what ultimately happens there. Donald Trump Jr. will be back on the stand at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Karen, I know you'll be watching it closely with the rest of us, so thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, tonight we're also following big news on Capitol Hill. 2 more Republicans there have just called it quits from Congress, including one who is going to be here tonight, who is not mincing words about his party on the way out. Congressman Ken Buck is next.
One in 5 children worldwide are faced with the reality of living without food. No family dinners, no special treats, no full bellies. All around the world, parents are struggling to feed their children. Toddlers are suffering from acute malnutrition, which stunts their growth. Kids are forced to drop out of school so they can help support their families. COVID, conflict, inflation, and climate have ignited the worst famine in our lifetime. And we're fed up. Fed up with the fact that hunger robs children of their childhood. Fed up with the lack of progress. Fed up with the injustice. Help us brighten the lives of children all over the world by visiting getfedupnow.org. For as little as $10 a month, you can join Save the Children as we support children and families in desperate need of our help. Now is the time to get fed up and give back. When you join the cause, your $10 monthly donation can help communities in need of life-saving treatments and nutrients. Prevent children from dropping out of school. Support our work with communities and governments to help children go from short-term surviving to long-term thriving. And now, thanks to special government grants, every dollar you give before December 31st can multiply up to 10 times the impact. That means more food, water, medicine, and help for kids around the world. You'll also receive a free tote bag to share your support for children in need. Childhood without food is unimaginable. Get fed up. Call us now or visit getfedupnow.org today.
How do we decide what hotel to book? Fear not, I got you. Choice Hotels has a hotel for every type of stay. Like a comfort with the kiddos.
Spacious.
That's what they all say. Stay twice and get a free night when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett, Out Front, tomorrow at 7 on CNN.
If you have ugly yellow toe fungus, let me tell you about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. It's called Crystal Flush. It works from the inside and the outside. I mean, he tried everything. Nothing helped. His toes were nasty. Crystal Flush is the only thing that's worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. And you can try it risk-free. You have nothing to lose. Go check it out now. Go to crystalflush.com.
You shop for vitamins at Walmart? Force Factor products powerfully improve your health, but they're also delicious, easy to use, and affordable. That's why Force Factor is now the #1 best-selling superfoods brand in America. Unleash your potential with Force Factor at Walmart.
Hey, it's Cade Courtney. I want to introduce you to the Patriot Power Generator 2000X from 4Patriots. Use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. Get your solar generator and free panel at 4patriots.com.
I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv. This is CNN.
The House of Representatives is back in Washington tonight with big problems to address. On the agenda, keeping the government open, as well as helping Israel and Ukraine fight a pair of brutal wars. All of that, though, was immediately sidetracked by a slew of resolutions to punish other members of Congress. We watched that play out on Capitol Hill today. My next guest, though, is Republican Congressman Ken Buck, who made his own news by announcing that he has had enough and is not running for re-election. Congressman, thank you for joining me tonight. Tell me what is driving your decision here.
Well, really two things, Caitlin. One, I have been here 9 years, and Congress refuses to deal with the big issues that we need to deal with. We have not addressed the sustainability of Social Security and Medicare. We haven't addressed the huge spending issue that we have. By the end of next year, we will have $36 trillion of debt, and that also is just unsustainable. And so we really need to work on issues. There's no incentive structure here to do that. And then in addition to that, Republicans who have answers to these issues and are, at least aware of them and hopefully will work on them someday, have a huge credibility problem because we continue to talk about and lie about the 2020 election as if it was stolen, as if Joe Biden wasn't the real winner of that election. We keep lying about January 6th and the prisoners from January 6th, the defendants who are not political prisoners, but rather committed crimes. They assaulted police officers. They damaged government property. And so I don't think we can have the credibility we need with the American public if we continue the lies that we're now telling.
When you hear those members of your own party that you're talking about in the hallways behind you who try to claim the election was stolen or talk about political prisoners, those who from January 6th, do they say the same things privately, or are most of them, do you believe, saying one thing publicly and another thing privately?
I think there's a little bit of both there. I think some of them in the back of their minds know, Joe Biden won this election, but I voted to decertify, so now I need to figure this out. I think there's a little bit of that.
Are you worried about what, as you know, and your critics on Capitol Hill as well, you are often a lone voice or maybe one of very few who will criticize your own party and their priorities or lack of, as you say. Are you worried about what the Republican Party on Capitol Hill looks like without a Congressman Ken Buck in it?
No, I think there's a lot of young, new congressmen that are here that will take up that position. And I honestly believe that as we get through this election cycle, the Republican Party is going to start to look different. And I hope that we have moved beyond the influences that are on the party right now that talk about, January 6th as an unguided tour of the Capitol. I think that those things are in the past, hopefully in the past, and we'll see what the new Republican Party. The new Republican Party, to me, Caitlin, looks a lot like the old Republican Party, the Ronald Reagan Republican Party, the party that believed in the rule of law, the party that believes in a strong national defense.
When you say you think it'll look different after the election, do you mean because either Republicans lose their House majority or Donald Trump, if he's the nominee, loses? What do you mean?
Well, I don't think Donald Trump will be our next president, and I don't think that the Republicans in the House will be bound to his ideology and to his priorities. And I think that will free up a lot of people to really get back to the roots of the Republican Party.
Senator Mitt Romney said something kind of similar when he announced that he was not going to run for re-election. He said he thought right-wing populism would fail. We've heard that from other hopeful Republicans for the last several years, including when I covered the White House. What happens to your party if it doesn't? If those who are aligned so closely with Donald Trump and election denialism and whatnot succeed?
I'm not sure if you're saying if Donald Trump becomes the next president of the United States, what happens?
Sure. I mean, he's still, even if he doesn't, he's still the undeniable leader of your party at this time, is he not?
I think he is the leader of the party at this time. I think if he does not win the presidency, then you'll see people moving on. If he does win the presidency, you're going to see another 4 years of much of the same, of people denying that election. I frankly think that some of his policies are stronger than President Biden's policies in terms of how I see the world. But I think integrity matters. And I think the American public really is going to demand integrity of the next president.
Do you think Republicans can hold on to their House majority if their priorities are as they are right now, which you say, aren't aligned with what your kind of Republicans believe they should be?
I think the House and the Senate are both at play. I think in the House we've had some redistricting in different states, and I think that's going to play a factor. I think who the nominee is next year is going to play a factor. So I think there are a lot of things that are in play right now. We have two major conflicts going on in the world. We also have inflation. We have other issues that are going to be driving people with pocketbook issues to the polls, and it'll be interesting to see how they vote.
Congressman Ken Buck, who announced he is not running for re-election today, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, President Biden in Minnesota tonight addressing the suffering of Palestinian civilians in a state with a sizable Muslim population amid criticism about his response to what's happening in Gaza. And another election around the corner, what it could mean for that, that's next.
As a cardiologist, I advise patients to maintain a healthy blood pressure. I recommend Cunol blood pressure support with the power of beets. Its unique 3-in-1 complex helps you maintain a healthy blood pressure. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I started a dog walking business.
Oh.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tim, my boyfriend Tim. He's so tall, very tall. Nothing fits. Giant, eats a lot, cooks a lot, chops a lot. Etsy. Can I afford custom? Yes. Extra long apron.
I'm Tim. Custom gifts for all budgets. Etsy has it.
What if there was a hearing aid that could keep up with you? This is Jabra Enhanced Select. It's a smart hearing solution that makes hearing aids more convenient and less expensive. It connects with your phone so you can stream calls and music. With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't have to start in a doctor's office. It starts with a free online hearing test you could take almost anywhere. So you can get your hearing aids custom programmed for you and delivered in days. From there, you can fine-tune your settings with your remote audiology team 7 days a week, so your hearing aids work when it matters most. In fact, more than 95% of Enhanced Select Premium customers report hearing better with their friends, family, and colleagues. With Jabra Enhanced Select, you can get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional care you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. Try it risk-free for 100 days. Visit JabraEnhanced.com.
I am Tony Hawk, and like many of you, I take a statin to reduce cholesterol.
But statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels. That's why my doctor recommended Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
When it comes to family, I always do what's best. My parents taught me that. That's why I called A Place for Mom. Their personalized guidance was just what I needed to find senior living for Mom. And their advice is free to families. Not just free, invaluable. Our advisor gave us options based on our needs and budget, guiding us to the best decision. I never expected a free service to make such a difference.
Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
Why did we choose Safelight? We were loading our SUV when crack. Safelight came right to us, and we could see exactly when they'd arrive. With a replacement we could trust. That service the way we want it.
Safelight repair, Safelight replace.
Tonight, new remarks from one of the most outspoken progressive Democrats on Capitol Hill on the Israeli airstrike, the second one on the Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza today. This is Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying that she believes it is a war crime, and she is urging President Biden to push Israel to honor human rights laws.
I believe bombing a refugee camp is a human rights violation. I believe it's a war crime.
All of this is coming as President Biden is facing more pressure to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, something that the White House has not done. The president has not explicitly said that. He did tell a protester, a rabbi who was at a fundraiser with him tonight in Minneapolis, and I'm quoting what President Biden told this protester this. This is according to reporters who were in the room. I think we need a pause. A pause means give time to get the prisoners out, obviously referring to the hostages there. But that statement is unlikely to quell the outrage that we are hearing from many Muslim Americans who have threatened to withhold their support from Biden's re-election. In fact, some Muslim leaders have announced today that they are done with Biden.
We have already abandoned Biden. Our message is very clear. No ceasefire, no vote in 2024.
We are not only not voting for him, but we will campaign against him to lose the election 2024.
Muslim Americans overwhelmingly backed Biden's run for the White House in 2020. Losing their support could mean a lot. He won Minnesota by single-digit percentages. Same with several swing states that also have sizable Muslim populations. For more on this tonight and the impact it could have, here now is Wael Al-Zayat, the CEO of Engage, the largest U.S. group, I should note, focused on turning out Muslim American voters. And Wael, I'm so glad that you're here tonight. I want to talk about just overall this big picture of what this means. But on President Biden's comments tonight that he supports a pause, but as his administration has said no to a ceasefire, what did you make of that?
Thank you so much for that. I think clearly the White House and the president is seeing and hearing the calls for a ceasefire, which are so much needed given the mounting death toll in Gaza, especially among children. Over 3,400 have been killed. And so therefore the White House recognizes that this is really not sustainable. And I think you're starting to see now the president, perhaps others, start voicing statements in that regards. Secretary of State Blinken recently also supported a humanitarian pause, which the administration was not supportive a few weeks ago. So I think you're seeing that public pressure working, but it may take some time for them to fully embrace the reality that is needed, which is an absolute ceasefire in Gaza.
Would you be okay if there was just a humanitarian pause and not a full-on ceasefire, or do you believe that could turn into a ceasefire?
You know, at the end of the day, people may call it different things. What's important, if there's a cessation of hostilities that are suspending the bombing of civilians, of buildings, of homes, of schools, of hospitals, and killing children, right? If that can happen, I really don't care what you call it, as long as it happens. And UN agencies, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights said that the bombing of Jabalia, which has killed perhaps as many as 400 civilians, may be considered war crimes. This is a serious matter, particularly because these are U.S. weapons at play here. I'm a former U.S. official. I worked in the State Department for 10 years. I worked on the counter-ISIS campaign. I worked on the Syria conflict. And really what we're seeing right now are actions that perhaps Vladimir Putin in Ukraine or Assad in Syria would do, and not an ally of the United States, and certainly should not be conducted with U.S. material and diplomatic support.
I mean, I just want to note, given the comment that you just made, you were at the White House, that they had a meeting with Muslim American leaders in recent days. I mean, given what you just said and the gravity that you believe of what has happened here, did you get a sense from your view that you believe President Biden understood that?
So we went into the White House with heavy hearts. The community is devastated. It is being targeted, attacked here in the U.S. Anyone who is daring to mention Palestinian rights is being doxxed, is being intimidated on campuses. We had a young Palestinian boy murdered in Illinois, a Palestinian American boy, 6 years old. And we went in there with a heavy heart, with a clear message to the president, respectfully. The American Muslim community, the Arab community, and in fact, 80% of Democrats are supporting a ceasefire in Gaza. 56% of Republicans, according to recent polling. We said, look, the American public does not need escalation in the Middle East. We do not need another war in the Middle East. We need a ceasefire to allow for civilians to be treated, to be attended to, and also really what we need is a more sustainable solution to this conflict. There's no political answer. There's no military solution to this conflict, only a political one.
As you know, obviously President Biden is running for re-election. You heard others saying if there is no ceasefire, they're not going to vote for him. If the race was tomorrow, it looks like he'd be running against former President Trump, who obviously has called for a Muslim ban. Are you worried that if the Muslim American community doesn't support President Biden, sits on the sideline, that it could help elect someone who wants to have a Muslim ban in place?
I'm worried about a lot of things right now, including that possibility. Of course, Donald Trump was horrible not just to the Muslim community, he was horrible to America and American democracy, which is why in 2020, 85% of Muslim Americans, according to Engage's data, voted for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. We're proud of that decision because it was the right decision at that moment. But what we're seeing right now is not just greatly disappointing, but outright horrifying that the administration that we helped turn out the vote for is refusing to call for a ceasefire. Now, we understand fully well who Bibi Netanyahu is, and that Bibi Netanyahu, who's leading the most far-right government in Israeli history, may not listen to the U.S., but at least we got to tell him, and we got to, in a way, stand for the values that this administration has campaigned on. So I am concerned, but right now the community is in great pain. They really don't want to think about the elections despite some promises. I think they fully understand what's at stake, and our organization will ensure that the Muslim community and allies do vote, which is very important. The question is for whom and why, and that remains to be determined.
It's very important perspective, and I'm really glad that you joined me to share that with us tonight, so thank you, Wael, for being here.
Thank you.
Ahead, indicted Republican Congressman George Santos has just survived a push from within his own party to push him out of Congress. It's more complicated than that, though, and it doesn't mean that it's over. We'll explain what happened today next.
When you're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration, how do you make like it never even happened happen? Woo! Yeah, by being prepared for anything.
Serve, bro, like it never even happened. So many hotels.
Trouble booking the family vacay? Come on. Come for those free hot breakfast for the whole fam. They have waffles. And splendid pools. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, then show them. If you're happy and you know it, put in a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Eight million people in Canada live with chronic pain. It's a condition that can last for years and have serious impacts on both physical and mental health. That's why Pain Canada is uniting a national community to find support and to take action towards a common goal. A dramatically improved system of care and support for people with pain. Find practical resources and connect with our community at paincanada.ca.
My name is Ashley Cortez, and I'm the founder of the Stay Beautiful Foundation. When I started in 2016, I would go to the post office and literally fill out each person's name on a label. And now at ShipStation, we are shipping 500 beauty boxes a month. It takes less than 5 minutes for me to get all of my labels and get beauty in the hands of women who are battling cancer so much quicker.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I'm Rafael Romo in Ashkelon, Israel. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InVetHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
House Republicans voting to spare embattled Republican Congressman and serial liar George Santos. A Republican-led resolution failed to expel him from Congress tonight. Of course, he is facing 23 federal charges, including wire fraud and identity theft. He has pleaded not guilty, I should note, but that's what led to what you saw happening on the House floor today. Santos is still facing a House ethics investigation. They have promised an update coming in the next 2 weeks or so, and House Republicans are waiting to see what happens there. We'll keep you updated. Thank you so much for joining us. CNN News Night with Abby Phillips starts right now.
An American president under pressure, suggesting a pause in Israel's bombing campaign as the war tears this world further apart. That's tonight on Newsnight. Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip in Washington. As the war against Hamas continues to accelerate, the more it appears that old global divides are growing wider and deeper. Today, again, Palestinians carrying children away from heaps of mangled concrete. The IDF struck Jabalia, rocking that refugee camp for a second time this week. Israel says that Hamas is hiding its leaders and infrastructure there and using civilians as shields. But again, Palestinian families are tonight praying that it's not their turn to count the dead. Satellite imagery may provide the clearest view. Before, Jabalia unscarred, and then after, Jabalia splintered by IDF bombs. But with each passing day, each deadly incident, and each scene of despair, we see more division. President Biden tonight says Israel should pause strikes in Gaza to get more hostages out. But the president otherwise wants to give Israel the space to fight this war how it chooses. It's a position, though, that progressive Democrats like Rashida Tlaib and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez say that they will not let stand. We see the divides in New York, too, where Jamal Bowman, a rising star on the left, now faces a four-fire alarm for his political career, a potential primary challenge over demanding a ceasefire. Republicans, too, are far from immune to division over this war. The House Speaker is at odds with Senate Republicans over how to pay for aid. The division and paralysis that comes with it leaves a vacuum, often filled by the most extreme voices. And for evidence, just look at Congress today, on the House floor, where Florida Republican Brian Mast said this.
I would encourage the other side to not so lightly throw around the idea of innocent Palestinian civilians, as is frequently said. I don't think we would so lightly throw around the term innocent Nazi civilians during World War II.
Mast making no distinction between the people of Gaza and the terrorists of Hamas. Even the IDF says you can't help but feel regret about the human toll.
Sad images, really, at the human level. When I watch it and I detach myself from the reality that we are facing, I see sad events and I see people suffering, and that is not something that we intend to.
That reality that he's referring to there, that Israel is facing, is one of the most intense moments in its history. Defending itself from a homicidal group next door, Hamas, which has vowed to eradicate Israel at any cost. The reality, this night, this minute, is that this conflict sparked by Hamas has spawned an explosion of hate worldwide. Just one demoralizing example, the Jewish section of a Vienna cemetery set on fire and desecrated with swastikas. Tonight, Israelis and Palestinians, the U.S. and the world, Democrats, Republicans, Democrats and other Democrats, Republicans and other Republicans, all seem further apart than they have been in some time. Chris Wallace joins me in a moment on these tensions and the Biden dilemma. But first, I want to bring in Israel's deputy chief at Israel's U.S. Embassy, Eliav Benjamin. Mr. Benjamin, thank you so much for joining us tonight. The repeated strikes on the Jabalia refugee camp, I think, raises some questions for people, as Israel says that it is trying to avoid civilian casualties. How does that square with repeatedly striking this area where we know that there are civilians?
Well, thank you, Abby, for the question, for having me as well. Jabalia is a stronghold of Hamas. We know this, we knew this. Most of the world that was willing to listen to us before the war knew this, but was unwilling to really listen. And this is where the Hamas headquarters are. And the fact that they station themselves underneath hospitals, in schools, in residential areas is on their hands. And this is on them alone. The finger should be pointed in their direction for hiding in tunnels and even creating the tunnels to begin with, which when we target the tunnels, and we do not target civilian population, we target the tunnels and we target the terrorists themselves. But when they collapse, yes, there is some damage that goes with it, which is unintentional. And again, we do not target the civilians. It's the Hamas who are using their own population as a human shield. They've done this for years now, and now they're doing it at war.
I understand that point, certainly, but I wonder, does Israel know how many civilians were killed in these two strikes?
No, I don't think anybody really knows, and we won't know until the dust settles after the war, probably, when we get the real numbers. We've seen numbers coming out by the Palestinian Authority, or by the Palestinians in general, especially by Hamas, which are completely false. We know there's nobody can
if you don't, I guess I wonder if you don't. Pardon me for interrupting, but I guess the curiosity that I have is, if you don't know, how do you know that those numbers are false? And secondly, as all modern militaries do, there has to be an assessment of whether the cost in human life, civilian life, is proportional to the target that was struck, the military target that was struck. And so as Israel is going through these assessments, if you don't know how many civilians are there, how many could be killed, how are you assessing the proportionality of a strike like this?
I don't think I want to go into or you would like to go into the conversation and discussion about proportionality after what Hamas have done to us on October 7th, with massacring over 1,400 people, abducting over 250 people into Gaza, and thousands of people who were injured. This is what proportionality is about. When you talk and when we see the images and the footage of the atrocities that they have done, Israel has and will continue to do everything it needs to get rid of Hamas. And Israel, being a humane country and a humane military, one of the most humane in the world, adhering to the international legal authorities and the rules of law, we are pinpointing the terrorists. This is the ones that we are after.
And just to be clear, when I talk about proportionality, it's obviously not comparing this strike to the horrible terrorist attack that was committed against Israel on October 7th. It's really what you just mentioned, which is the question of the rules of war, the international legal framework that Israel and the United States operates under. When it comes to specific attacks, that's what I'm talking about. But I also just want to ask you, I mean, you just mentioned that the killing of civilians in these particular strikes was unintentional, but an IDF spokesperson earlier this week told CNN that Israel did know that there were civilians there who would be in the line of fire if it were bombed. So it sounds like Israel was aware and took that into consideration and conducted the strike anyway.
Abby, we are not hiding behind the fact that civilians are victims of this war. But again, the finger should be directed to Hamas. Let me remind us all that from day one of the war, Israel called repeatedly on all those living in the northern part of Gaza to go down south. And they haven't all done that. They did not all do that. There is still about 250,000 Palestinians still living in the north, and we are continuing to call for them to go down south, which is further away from harm's way.
Can I ask you about that as well? Because one of the things that we hear from eyewitnesses, people who we are in touch with who are in the south, they say that the south is being bombed too. And some Palestinian civilians are not sure if there is any place in Gaza right now that is safe. Is that an unrealistic assessment of their experience?
It's not a question of assessment, it's a question of false lies that they are coming and accusing us with time and time again. There is an area which is a safer area on the southwestern part of Gaza, close to the coast, which is a safe place. We know where it is. We do not intentionally target those who are bystanders and have nothing to do with the war. And we are going after Hamas, and we will continue to go after Hamas. And they are the ones who are using their own people as human shields, taking their own people, if you want, as hostages, and putting them in the first line of fire so we won't attack. But we will attack those who are after us.
And certainly I understand what you're saying about Hamas really being embedded in the civilian population. That I think seems to be true based on the evidence available to us. However, when it comes to the broader picture for Israel here, as Israel conducts this war, there is also public opinion, not just in the region, but globally. Is there any concern that how these attacks impact the civilian population could make it more difficult for Israel to keep the support that it needs from the international community in order to fully execute this war?
I think when the international community understands and needs to continue to understand that we are not fighting just a war for Israel, we are fighting a war for the whole international community. This is modern day ISIS, modern day Al-Qaeda that we are fighting, and if we do not win this war in a very, very clear way, with the support, the continued support of the international community, tomorrow morning could be here in the United States or in Europe or anywhere else around the world, because people and entities are wanting to copy Hamas like we saw them copying ISIS over the years. So this is not just our war, and the fact that the international community, within the UN system at least, did not find its way to come and condemn Hamas in a clear way since the beginning of the war, this I think is outrageous on its own. We are hearing condemnations from countries across the board in support of Israel, as we should, because this is our fight for justice and our fight for what's right, and actually our fight for the well-being of the Palestinians in Gaza. And what we are saying is free Gaza from Hamas because of what they're doing to their own people. It's the UN system, unfortunately, that didn't find it appropriate until now to come and condemn Hamas.
All right, Elia Benjamin, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Abby.
And next, Chris Wallace joins me on the pressure that the president is facing from his own party over this war. Plus, tensions are high on the Senate floor right now as Republican senators call out one of their own. See what just happened. And why was Senator Bob Menendez, who is accused of acting as a foreign agent, allowed into a classified briefing today?
You're being accused of aiding a foreign government. Why is that appropriate for you to go to a classified briefing?
When you have auto glass damage, trust Safelite. My customer really relies on his car's advanced safety system.
You're right. Can I slow down?
So when he got a cracked windshield, he turned to Safelite. We're the experts at replacing glass and recalibrating your vehicle's camera so automatic emergency braking and lane departure warning work properly to get you back on the road safely.
And that means a lot.
Schedule now.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
Hey everyone, it's me Sebastian and it is a beautiful day today. We have so much to be grateful for, so just remember, if you see someone without a smile, give them one of yours. I just love inspiring people to be the best they could be, and the reason I'm able to inspire so many people is because people like you who inspire me with your support of Shriners Hospitals for Children. Since I was little, I've broken 100 bones and I've had 19 surgeries. Shriners Hospitals for Children was with me every step of the way. But more than that, they've given me the confidence to know I can do whatever I set my mind to. Like right now, I've set my mind to sharing my smile with you. Did you get it?
Because of people like you, I can play the violin.
I can play piano.
I can understand.
The help I get is only possible because of caring people like you who pick up the phone and call the number on your screen to make your monthly gift.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you. And a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Kids like me.
And me.
And me.
And me. So what are you waiting for? You can inspire kids like me by visiting loveshiners.org. After all, you can't help everyone, but you can help someone. So let's go!
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving. Join me and bring a smile to the world with your monthly gift today.
Please call now. If operators are busy, please call again or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Join me and bring a smile to the world.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Pressure is mounting on President Biden, not just internationally, but here at home. he's facing heat from the left flank of his party to support a ceasefire or risk losing votes in 2024. Now, more than a dozen Democrats are pushing for a resolution on an immediate ceasefire. And just today, a group of Muslim leaders in the key state of Minnesota are holding abandon Biden signs and announcing that they will not support the president's re-election bid. And a new Quinnipiac poll shows that among people aged 18 to 34, a key group in the Democratic coalition, 66% disapprove of Biden's handling of this war. And joining me now, Chris Wallace, host of the new CNN program, The Chris Wallace Show, airing this Saturday at 10 a.m., as well as Who's Talking to Chris Wallace on Max. Chris, there is so much happening in this conflict between Israel and Hamas, but one of the main things that I think people might remember for a long time is this Jabalia refugee camp strike. And it really does show the tightrope that President Biden is facing on this issue, even within the Democratic Party. How is he handling the left wing of his party that is growing impatient with him and really dissatisfied with how he's handling Israel?
Well, it's a very delicate dance. You're exactly right. I mean, he started off, it was easy, I stand with Israel, but particularly as Israel has stepped up its attacks inside Gaza, and now these two attacks which appear to have hit a lot of civilians in that refugee camp, it becomes harder because on the one hand, he keeps saying publicly that Israel needs to abide by the laws of war and they need to have humanitarian concerns. I think that there's a lot more going on behind the scenes in terms of them pressing, he and some top people like Blinken, Secretary of State, behind the scenes. Publicly, he's not been as critical of Israel as a lot of people, as you say, particularly in the left wing of the Democratic Party, would like him to be. And as this war, it's only going to get more violent, it's only going to heat up. I think it's going to be tougher and tougher for President Biden to stay in that tightrope.
Yeah, and as we've been discussing in the program, this war really has highlighted these divisions within American political society. Republicans divided over how to pay for Israel aid and whether to link it to Ukraine. Democrats divided as well. Some Democrats even facing primary challenges over their support for pro-Palestinian efforts, but perhaps among some on the left, it's viewed as not being sufficiently supportive of Israel. How is this playing out just broadly in American politics?
Well, I think you've seen more criticism of Joe Biden, open criticism from the left over this issue, Israel and the Palestinians, than any time since he took office. I mean, there was one resolution in the House that was simply to support Israel and condemn Hamas, not the Palestinians, Hamas. 9 House Democrats voted against it and 6 House Democrats voted present. And as you say, they are facing backlash at home, depending on whether they're seen as being insufficiently supportive of Israel or the Palestinians. So it's a very delicate issue, and I think it could have real political ramifications for the president and his re-election and for a lot of these individual House Democrats as they seek re-election next year.
Yeah, Arab American communities threatening President Biden to basically withhold their support in the next election. Small communities, but it might ultimately end up mattering. So, Chris, I also want to get your take on this. Senator Bob Menendez, who is indicted for basically bribery charges and accused of being a foreign agent. He actually attended a classified briefing on Ukraine today on the Hill. This is what happened when Manu Raju on Capitol Hill pressed him on this issue.
So why did you go to this classified briefing?
Because getting an update on Ukraine is something that's worthy as we consider the supplemental.
You're being accused of aiding a foreign government. Why is that appropriate for you to go to a classified briefing?
You know, Manu, I know you're going to make news. Bottom line is, I'm a United States Senator, I have my security credentials, and an accusation is just that. It's not proof of anything.
Now, he's not wrong, right? The accusation is an accusation, innocent until proven guilty. However, this is the paradox, facing Senator Schumer, the majority leader in the Senate. Does he allow this to continue given the severity of the allegations facing Menendez?
Well, it's interesting. When Manu asked him, he said, why did you attend this briefing? Because he didn't attend a briefing on Israel, and I guess the argument was because he's alleged to have been a foreign agent for Egypt, that anything having to do with the Middle East would be too hot to handle, but Ukraine doesn't have something to do with Egypt, so it's okay. But it shows you the really untenable situation you're in there. More than half of the Democratic caucus, more than 30 of the Senate Democrats have urged Menendez to resign, but he is still a senator. It is a presumption of innocence. It is an accusation, not a conviction. So on what grounds can you prevent him from, he stepped down as chairman, but he's still a member of the Intelligence Committee. And I guess the caucus is not ready at this point to say, no, you can't go to briefings at all.
Yeah, I mean, look, these are self-governing bodies. They can do whatever they want, essentially. So the fact that he's still in the Senate, he's still attending these briefings, that's a choice that was made by, leaders in the Senate and by his own party. Chris, you've got this really exciting news, a new show starting this weekend. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I want to just say, first of all, I'm not an egomaniac who's talking to Chris Wallace and the Chris Wallace show. I did not make that decision. That was done by somebody else. But at least you know where to find me. It's going to be very exciting. It's going to be a political panel talk show. I know we have a lot of them, but this is going to be just that, just journalists, 4 of them, 2 kind of skewing a little bit to the left, 2 skewing a little bit to the right, and we're going to talk about all the issues that we talk about. I think it's going to be a little different than anything else on CNN. It has a little bit of overtones for older folks out there of the McLaughlin group, and I hope it's as entertaining and hopefully as informative as that was.
Oh, that's a good analogy to make, I think, for a lot of audiences. So I'm really looking forward to it. Chris Wallace, you can catch him this weekend with the premiere of the Chris Wallace Show airing this Saturday at 10 a.m. only right here on CNN. And up next, he's one of the few who served in Donald Trump's cabinet who has publicly endorsed him. Why Ben Carson is sticking by his former boss. I will ask him that next. Plus, Senator Tuberville's attempt to block military promotions is now turning into a battle on the Senate floor, and it is members of his own party who are calling him out.
Whether you believe it or not, Senator Tuberville, this is doing great damage to our military. I don't say that lightly.
Hello. Hello is friendly. Hello is open. It's welcoming. Everything we want to be when helping people find a Medicare plan during the annual enrollment period. So say hello to Hello Medicare, a one-stop shop for Medicare plans, including a range of all-in-one Medicare Advantage plans from the names you know. Learn, compare, even enroll, all in one place. No matter where you are in your search, whether you're just starting out or already have a good idea of what you want, give us a call. Our Hello Medicare licensed insurance agents are here to make things easy and help guide you to a plan that fits your needs. Because we get it. Finding the right Medicare plan can be challenging. Plans can differ by price or benefits. They can even differ by where you live. That's why we're here, to put it all together and be your go-to place for all the latest information, laid out right in front of you in a way that's easy to understand. It all starts with a few simple questions so we can get to know you better. Questions like, do you want to keep your doctor? And which benefits are important to you? Then, based on your answers, we'll match you with plans from well-known names in Medicare, giving you a complete picture of your best options. Next, we'll help you compare benefits, compare costs. It's easy. And when you feel good about your selection, we'll sign you up. Done and done. Remember, the annual enrollment period is here, and it ends on December 7th. So whether you're looking to save money or find better coverage, let's do this. Let's go find your Medicare plan. Call us today and speak with one of our helpful Hello Medicare licensed insurance agents. Hello Medicare. Say hello to an easier way to do Medicare.
To get the full story, be unafraid. The will to fight, how important is that? Seek truth.
Is Israel in full control of its territory?
And go where the search for answers takes you. Anderson Cooper 360, tomorrow at 8.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Would you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
Get long-term payments, but you need cash now. Wentworth, 877 cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now. 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call JJ Wentworth, 877 cash now.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
You can literally count them on one hand. Donald Trump served 4 years as president, routinely overseeing cabinet meetings like the one you're looking at here. But all of those people who gathered around the table, the senior most members of the United States government under Trump, Ben Carson is one of the few who is actually committed to voting for him in 2024. And joining me now is Dr. Ben Carson. He served as Housing and Urban Development Secretary during the Trump administration. Dr. Carson, thank you for being here. As I just noted, you are one of the few former Trump cabinet members to publicly endorse him in this campaign. Most of your former colleagues in the cabinet have either stayed on the sidelines, saying nothing at all, or they've said pretty loudly that he's unfit to hold office again. So why should that not be a red flag to the American people?
Well, Abby, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you. There are a number of reasons. First of all, during President Trump's time in office, we had a booming economy. We had the lowest unemployment for many segments of our population. We were respected around the world. Energy independence. Crime was treated with punishment. We had a secure southern border, and people had hope for the future. They felt that we were moving in the right direction. That's one set of reasons. The other set is much more substantial, and that is if the opponents of President Trump are allowed to weaponize the judicial system and the Department of Justice and our system of checks and balances in order to obliterate their political opponent, we will have lost something very important. Benjamin Franklin, when he came out...
But again, Dr. Carson, I have to ask you, I mean, the question really is, why aren't there more people like you who actually worked with, served under Donald Trump, who are willing to actually endorse him? I want to read for you some quotes from your former colleagues. John Kelly says, "God help us," at the thought of another Trump term. Mark Milley, "We don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator." Mark Esper, "Unfit for office." Dan Coates, "To him, a lie is not a lie." Gina Haspel, "A 6-year-old with a tantrum," is how she described her former boss. What are they seeing that you're not seeing?
I think the better question is, what are they not seeing? And they are not seeing the big picture. If, as I said, we allow our Justice Department to be weaponized, we will have lost something very precious and important. We will become like a banana republic, and that is incredibly important. We would have lost the republic that Benjamin Franklin talked about.
But what evidence do you have, Dr. Carson, that the Justice Department has been weaponized against Trump specifically? I mean, there's no evidence of that.
Well, let's put it this way. Al Capone, who was a notorious killer, had 1 indictment, and Donald Trump has 4 indictments. That would tell you something right there.
I don't think that's evidence of anything except that Donald Trump allegedly has committed conduct that has resulted in indictments.
It's evidence that you have a group of people, a system that is out to get this president, and they feel that he is an existential threat to their existence. And
Well,
we
let me,
have to
let me,
recognize that
let me.
America was designed for the people. It wasn't designed for the government.
Well, what you're suggesting that this current administration, which is the President Biden, a Democrat, is weaponizing the Justice Department. I didn't really hear any evidence there, but here's what other Republicans have said. This is Adam Kinzinger, Liz Cheney, and they've said that this election is about preserving democracy, and they've been pretty explicit that they think Donald Trump is a threat to American democracy. As someone who's endorsed him, can you point to anything that Donald Trump has done to defend American democracy?
I can't point to anything that he has done that is a threat to democracy. And that's
what about
that's
January
the real question
6th?
here, if you're saying.
What about his actions after the November election in 2020, where he tried to undermine the results of a free and fair election? What about that?
The fact that he felt that the election had been rigged, had been stolen, that's something that we've seen for election after election, going back many decades. Famously, Hillary Clinton questioned the 2016 election. So, it's really a matter of perspective. If one is particularly swayed in one direction or the other direction, they're unable to deal objectively. I want to look at the facts here.
Well, look, I mean, when we talk about the facts, what happened after 2020 resulted in January 6th, which was a violent insurrection against the United States Capitol that seen dozens of people prosecuted and charged and convicted. Those are not really the same thing at all when you compare it to 2016. But I also just want to raise to you, former President Trump has openly mused on his social media platform about terminating the Constitution. How does that factor into defending American democracy?
Well, I think you have to look at the context of what things were said, how they were said, and which parts of the Constitution are you talking about?
Are there any parts of the Constitution that should be terminated?
There are no parts of it that should be terminated, but they need to be well interpreted. They need to be looked at in the right way. For instance, you have people who are trying to take away people's rights to bear arms. And they say that part should be terminated. That's not true. But, you can make strong arguments. But the key thing that we have to do as a nation at this point, we have some very major differences. We have one group of individuals who feels that our country should be people-centric, and we have another group that feels that it should be government-centric. They need to be able to sit down at the table, put the facts in the middle of the table, and resolve their differences by discussing the facts and how they can both use those things in an appropriate way. We, the American people, are not each other's enemies, but there are people who are always stoking the fires of differences and trying to create animosity among the different groups.
It's surprising to hear you say that because, just in the last couple of days, former President Trump has out loud, talked about retribution against his political enemies. He's talked about settling grievances, about jailing his political opponents even. Is that the kind of, tamping down of rhetoric that you say you expect from leaders? You just endorsed him.
I would expect on either side, if there are people who are committing criminal activity, that they should be punished. No question about that. And that goes for everybody in our system.
So if Trump is convicted of any of the accusations against him, and by the way, both at a local level and at a federal level, should he be punished?
Well, you obviously will have to let the system play out. You have to let all the appeals that will be done be carried out and see what happens. But if, in fact, anybody in our system, it doesn't matter who they are, they can be the janitor or they can be the president. Everybody should be judged according to the same set of standards.
All right. Dr. Ben Carson, thank you for joining us. Appreciate your time.
A pleasure. Thank you.
A fight on the Senate floor erupting over Senator Tommy Tuberville's military holds, and his Republican colleagues are the ones not holding back. Plus, the co-creators of Friends reflect on Matthew Perry and how he was doing in the weeks before his death.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
everyday products designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
Like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas
A brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
Millions of people have put Super Beats blood pressure support supplements to the test, and the reviews set us apart. We're Super Beats by Human, the only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beat brand for heart health support. Now at select Sam's Clubs and other leading retailers.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized.
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies? The cookie!
Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
So many hotels.
Trouble booking the family vacay? Come on. Comforto's free hot breakfast for the whole fam. And waffles. And splendid pools. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
They look the same, they're not the same. Different gifts. Help me. One likes clothes, one likes art. Wait a sec. Etsy. Painting set. Jumpsuit. I know my own children. Sort of.
Great gifts made by real people. Etsy has it.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I live in an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
These politicians can never agree.
Emma, we don't always agree. Like, you're into politics, it stresses me out.
You sleep hot, I sleep cool.
You like sleeping in luxury, I like spending less.
I guess that's why we agreed on this Satva mattress.
Maybe America needs a Satva.
At least we'd be comfortable disagreeing. Satva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, were cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to shipstation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I'm Jim Shudo in northern Israel, and this is CNN.
The best way that I can describe it is after the show was over at a party or any kind of social gathering, if one of us bumped into each other, that was it. That was the end of the night.
Fans of the hit sitcom Friends are awaiting more information to try to make sense of Matthew Perry's sudden death. And according to officials, it could take weeks before we get it. Medical examiners are now waiting on the results of toxicology reports in order to officially determine the actor's cause of death. If you watch Friends, you'll certainly recognize my next guest's names, which appeared at the end of the opening credits on every episode. The co-creators of Friends, David Crane and Marta Kaufman, join me now. David and Marta, thank you both so much for being here. I know that this is really a devastating time for you both, and I'm so very sorry for your loss. David, if I could start with you, how are you handling the loss of Matthew Perry today, so suddenly it seems?
Yeah, it still doesn't quite feel real. I mean, he was such an alive person. He was probably one of the funniest people I'd ever met, and so bright and so present. So the fact that he's gone, just there's a part of it that still feels impossible.
And Marta, when was the last time you had a chance to talk to him? A couple years ago, there was the reunion, of course, but did you see him or talk to him recently?
I spoke to him about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks at this point, and he sounded great. He sounded great. He sounded better than I've heard him in a while. He was full of energy, and there was optimism, which was not his strong suit. And he felt like he'd found a purpose by being of service to other people.
David, you know, in an ensemble cast in a show like this that really was a blockbuster of historic proportions, really, for television, how did Matthew stand out? How did you know, or when did you know, that his character, Chandler, would take on such significance to this fan base?
I mean, from the minute he walked into his audition and read Chandler, there was absolutely no question that he was Chandler. It was so evident immediately, and you don't know how the show's gonna be received by fans. You don't. You try to do the best show you can. But he brought so much to the character. I mean, sometimes you just have actors who are terrific and deliver the lines, but Matthew so made it his own. Even his iconic "Could I be anymore?" That was all him. That was all Matthew, and his timing and his physical comedy. It was just it was unparalleled.
And if I can add to that, when we were first creating the series, Chandler was not a main character. We originally intended him to be a secondary character. And then Matthew walked in. And that was that.
Yeah. Marta, you mentioned, you just said earlier that I guess optimism was not Matthew's strong suit. It's interesting to me in a lot of ways. I mean, everyone, I think, at this point knows the struggles that he had during the filming even of this show, and that he was very transparent about afterward. When you think about his journey from the beginning of this extraordinary program to its end in 2004, how did that go for him, and how did he grow as a person or change as a person as a result?
You know, I think as time went on, he became more and more aware of what he didn't want. At least it felt that way to me more than what he did. I mean, he did talk a lot about having a family, which sadly he never had the opportunity to do. And in terms of his growth, I think over the years, not only did he grow in terms of being part of this ensemble, but he graciously stepped into the role of being famous. He was very gracious about it.
which is not easy for a lot of people to do, for sure. You know, it's been so notable because this loss has been so shocking to all of you. The cast members, I mean, they took a minute to say something about this loss for all of you. Have either of you or both of you spoken with other cast members since Saturday? How is everyone holding up?
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of in the same place in that it's shocking, it's devastating, it hurts, it's very raw. I was talking with Matt LeBlanc today, and we were just sharing just how unexpected it was, and that it still really hurts.
Marta?
Look, they're sad. I think, you know, as it has been said before, and I don't remember by whom, it's shocking but not terribly surprising. You know, he unfortunately, his body got beat up over the years. And he was dealing with a lot of health issues over the past 7 years, 8 years. So the fact that there was some major event, considering all that, wasn't surprising, but his death was shocking.
And David, as you spoke with Matt LeBlanc today, did he share anything, any memories with you that you would mind sharing with us?
Well, we weren't really sort of reliving moments as much as just talking about how amazing those 10 years were and what a gift that was for all of us.
Well, Marta and David, if you don't mind, stick around for us. When we come back, I want to hear which Matthew Perry line or scene was your favorite. We will be back in a moment.
Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time for a fresh approach to pet food. Developed with vets, made from real meat and veggies, portioned for your dog, and delivered right to your door. It's smarter, healthier pet food.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid, UnitedHealthcare's dual complete plans come with the U-Card, the simple member card to use for your plan benefits.
Like, what kind of benefits?
We're talking credit every month to pay for healthy food, utilities, and over-the-counter items, too.
All that with just one card?
Yep. Only UnitedHealthcare gives you the U-Card and much more.
I'll take more.
Get more of what matters at no extra cost to you with a dual complete plan, only from UnitedHealthcare.
The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At X-Chair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. X-Chair has done it again with our groundbreaking LMX technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience, our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. X-Chair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of work, so you can focus on the present. At X-Chair, we're gazing ahead, and from where we sit, the future still feels good. Visit xchair.com to find out how you can own an X-Chair for only $20 a month. xchair.com.
We will no longer be prisoners to you, Winter. We shall fly south to where the courts are eternally bright, and we will do so with Consumer Cellular. The same coverage for up to half the cost. When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
Every detail counts. That's why I live my life with Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose. When I began experiencing hearing loss, I knew I needed the best of the best. Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose are app-controlled and self-fitting, which means I can tune and customize them to my needs and preferences on the Lexi app and enjoy high-quality hearing. Take the lead And call or order online at lexihearing.com to receive your Lexi B2 hearing aids powered by Bose today.
If you're like I was, you're tired of worn-out plastic mats under your office chair. They dent and crack, and they're uncomfortable to roll on. I found a premium alternative, a glass chair mat by Vitraza. I liked it so much, I bought the company. I'm George Pardo, president of Vitraza. Our glass chair mats are made of super strong glass and protected with a nanotech coating, so you'll always get a smooth, easy glide. And they're beautiful. Tired of replacing plastic? I promise this is the last chair mat you'll need. And we give you a lifetime warranty. Comfort, style, durability. A Vitraza glass chair mat will completely transform your workspace. Home office or office. We stock 18 popular sizes, and we ship free to anywhere in the lower 48. Get the look you deserve. I invite you to shop online at Vitraza.com. Use promo code TV and save 10% on any glass chair mat at Vitraza.com.
False or misleading search results can negatively impact your life. A bad online reputation can put you at significant risk of losing job opportunities or new customers. Reputation Defender helps clean up your search results, wiping away negative first impressions, allowing truthful, positive content to rise to the top. Don't you deserve to have more control over how you're represented online? Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 1-877-866-8555.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, there's Granger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
And we are back now with the co-creators of Friends, David Crane and Marta Kaufman. To both of you, thanks for coming back. I hope you had a second to think about that. But what was your favorite moment or scene with Chandler Bing or Matthew Perry, or either on set or off set? Marta, I'll start with you.
Oh my God, there are so many of them. But I have to say, for some reason, this one sticks out for me. And it was one word. And the word was what? And it was in response to Tom Selleck's character. He's speaking this, orating this beautiful poem, and Chandler just responded with a what? But it was so funny. It was the perfect timing. It was 10 times more than we thought it would be. I'm not even sure we thought it was a joke. So that comes to mind because it was just such skill, all funneled into one word.
And David?
Certainly, from a comedy standpoint, there are so many. I mean, I know he said in his book, I think it was, or in an interview, and it's one of my favorite moments when he talks. He says to Joey, he's talking about Joey has said something dumb, and Chandler talks about putting a Q-tip in your ear and stopping when you meet resistance. And the thing, but when I think about in terms of what Matthew was able to do, it wasn't just the funny stuff, but also the emotional stuff. And I think about the scene where he's proposing to Monica, and this character who we think of as being afraid of emotion and funny and using his sarcasm and his jokes as sort of to deflect things. And in that scene, he's so vulnerable and he's so open and so moving. And so actually in the last few days when I've been thinking about him, that's one of the scenes that always comes to mind.
The incredible range.
And what's interesting is he was like that as a person too. Funny, real, authentic, raw sometimes. He was able to imbue Chandler with these elements because that was part of who he was.
Very much so. Well, Marta Kaufman, David Crane, thank you both for sharing those memories with us. And honestly, for bringing Friends to the world. I mean, what an incredible accomplishment on your part, and giving us something to hold on to, I think. Even a new generation as well.
Thank you for having
both
us.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
Who's that? That's my puppy. Cancer. It's different in a child. Because you're...
Liz Cheney calls new House Speaker dangerous. A song by Paul Beckman, probably Rainbow Song. Also the new first leader of humankind in the free world. Created October 2nd, 2023. Actually, it could be October 1st, October 2nd. Liz Cheney calls new Speaker of the House dangerous. New Speaker of the House dangerous. Liz Cheney calls new House Speaker dangerous. New House Speaker dangerous. Liz Cheney calls him dangerous. Liz Cheney, Liz Cheney, Liz Cheney, Liz Cheney calls new House Speaker dangerous.